Gaming news today is all about the Helldivers 2 Halo crossover. In case you missed it, there was a trailer for Helldivers 2 and its Xbox release date, and it ended with a Halo 3 ODST teaser at the very end. Now, Helldivers is going to be releasing on Xbox on August the 26th, and they were dropping a trailer, and they called it Bring the Boom. And at the very end, it wasn't just sort of a sound teaser. It actually shows a pod dropping. Now, obvious speculation is that this could mean we get Master Chief armor, or maybe he's a character in the game. But this is actually, I think, leading to bigger questions. What exactly does this mean and look like as sort of a handshake between Xbox and PlayStation? Recently, Arrowhead CEO said that they were not the ones that made the call, but this was all PlayStation. Now, this led many to push back against my previous coverage, where I was told by somebody that I trust that the conversation about this was initiated by Xbox. I actually think that Helldivers 2 Halo crossover adds a bit more credence to what I was told, because that would be something that Xbox would initiate, given it's their IP and their content coming into another game. That would be something that they would say, hey, we're wanting to do this with Master Chief, Halo, or the armor. Now, I've got a handful of thoughts on why I would actually think that Xbox would reach out and extend this level of collaboration, not just with PlayStation-owned property, but with one of their last standing IPs that has yet to make landfall on the rival platform. Now, this could be related to another Halo story that also hit around the exact same time. Apparently, a PlayStation-compatible Halo game was found in a recent data mine. So we're going to get into this, but I usually do that about an hour or so in to the broadcast. So check for a timestamp below. You guys have been good about that. If I forget to do the timestamps, just leave a comment and say, hey, where are the timestamps? Yesterday, I dove into the Hell Is Us demo as well as Echoes of the End, so I wasn't able to do those timestamps right away, so I did add them later. Be sure to check out those gameplay streams if you're curious about either of those games. Echoes of the End released yesterday, and Hell Is Us is not out yet, but its demo has a lot to be praised, but I am critical of the combat. Now, if you're watching this later and you just enjoy these daily broadcasts, you enjoy this content, I'm going to continue to say that one of the ways we're able to do this is because we are fan-funded. You'll notice this channel is not very large, and yet it's constantly putting content in your feed and on your homepage. I do this full time, and that's because of folks like yourself. So if you would like to support the channel directly, the best way to do that is to click join and then pick the $6 Member Plus membership. That gets you into extra content as well as the Discord. We've actually had to dial back the amount of members-only content that we're doing because YouTube is doing some odd things with showing people who aren't members content, and people don't like that. So we are actually dialing back as just a way to sort of respect your subscription to the channel. So if you do subscribe, thank you for that. Make sure your like button is pressed as well. Get us those first 100 likes. So good morning and good afternoon and good evening, everybody. And I need to be in the habit of like daily at least highlighting one of the sponsors of the show. You guys are the sponsors, obviously, but also one that doesn't require me to be told what to say because it's mine. If you are a coffee drinker, you can use reforgeroast.com or the links below. Supports me, supports my family. They're the ones that actually bag it up and ship it to you. So if you're a coffee drinker, be sure to try out some Reforge Roast. We're still working our way through the Frickmas blend. We've got light, medium, and dark roasts on the website, and you can get those combos to save some money as well. And Han shot first, and so did you. First gifted member of the day is going to come in from Joker Quinn. He's going to break us off this really nice, even pace for the week. Thank you so much. Working on that weekly goal, which unlocks Friday night. And we've got other things and other incentives we'd like to do as well. The Reforge Rose in the chat, Betta. Chris Davey says, afternoon, I said that yesterday to you. He was not in ODST. Still one of the good Halo games, though. Right, it couldn't be. That's what people have been saying. Like, well, it won't be the Master Chief armor. Arrowhead already said that they did not. They did say that we could get ODST armor. Oh, I didn't realize Arrowhead specifically spoke to this. They've actually specifically said that it won't be Master Chief. I didn't realize they had said anything. No, demonetizing fix did not work. The only thing that could potentially work is like marking it as age restricted, which we don't want to do. That's bad. That's bad for your channel. You don't want to have a bunch of like age restricted content. So unfortunately, we're having to unlist the videos. The medium roast is great. Thank you. I appreciate that. Anybody who's tried it, let me know. We've also updated the tip command if you'd prefer to support that way. If you want to support directly instead of through all these other channels, that's another thing you can do as well. The Battle Pass has Spartans, Burn It, Master Chief. That sentence doesn't make any sense. Halo is also having a crossover with Fortnite. Oh, you're saying Halo is also doing a crossover with Fortnite. Right. Yeah, I mean, I would imagine just armor would make the most sense. I mean, if we're speculating here, armor that's very clearly right from Halo being in Helldivers makes the most sense. I think they're doing a brand new war bond in like 2 days, so perhaps that war bond will have some hints about this. Like, maybe it'll be obvious that something is coming. There's also, the opportunity for them to do something completely separate from the war bond, given that the game is coming in like 2 weeks. So by then, maybe they could just do like an in-game event or something, like add a new activity. They're just other random Spartans, so it would make sense to have Spartan-themed armor. Right. I think that's where they're probably going to land on this. They're going to land on, probably, since people are saying it was like a Halo 3 ODST, teaser, that it'll be something from that. Maybe the armor, maybe they'll have some even decals and things for your backdrop, capes, things like that. It does not need to be the Mjolnir armor. They were not Spartans. They were ODS team, completely different. So I think when he's talking about the Spartans in chat, though, I think, isn't he talking about the Fortnite thing? I think that's what he was talking about. He's saying, yeah, they are just other random Spartans, so it makes sense to have Spartan-themed armor. Oh, no, he's seemingly speaking to what you're speaking to. I misunderstood. I thought maybe they were doing something specific with the Spartans in Fortnite. I've not actually checked out Fortnite in a long time. My kiddos have been playing it like every weekend. They like the really weird community mini games, Prop Hunt and others. Does this mean Halo to Xbox? What do you mean? Do you mean Halo to PlayStation? Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of speculation about how this handshake, shook out. No pun intended. The director spoke to crossovers a while back, and he drew a line in IPs and said what they wouldn't do. ODST was a could, Master Chief was a could not. Yeah, but I would imagine maybe that's changed. Yo, what's good, Mike on the mic? Like, I would imagine that conversation has likely changed, because didn't they also say at the time that they would like Helldivers to be on Xbox, but that it wasn't their call? There are historically tweets from developers about like, yeah, that could never happen, and then it ends up happening. So I don't know. I'm not saying it is. I'm just wondering if, since that discussion, have they changed their thinking on it? A $2 super chat tip from Craig says Mass Effect armor will also be in Helldivers 2. Let me set that super chat goal. Thank you guys so much. Make sure you go through the morning ritual of hitting that like button. Get us those first 100 likes on YouTube. That is actually super helpful to what we do. Need more crossover games? I think there's good and bad crossover, if I'm honest. I think this is a good one. I think this one makes perfectly good sense. Some of the crossovers we saw in like Destiny, I thought looked kind of corny and kind of diluting. Like, what in the world are we doing here? Didn't they do something with The Witcher or something? I just don't think that certain things don't line up. Certain universes don't seem like they should be invaded with other property. I feel like Helldivers can. Helldivers is sort of a satirical, very irreverent game. And I think that allows you to do something like this. It's like, well, the game doesn't take itself that seriously. So you could have like the injection of some sort of a reference or something from another game. I don't think all games can pull this off as well. We've talked about this recently. There's a growing sentiment around even Battlefield 6 sort of being the antithesis of what Call of Duty has become, where you just feel like a game has sort of been injected, infested, and somewhat corrupted with all these other things. I think this is a really good crossover. I think everybody sort of envisioned this could happen one day, given similarities in the armor itself. Nightfire, thank you so much for 4 months of subs over here on Purple. I appreciate it. A little battle between the platforms every day, a little friendly banter to see who can pull out the most, and those renewals certainly help. Always check your renewals. You guys on YouTube, check and see if you can upgrade. We've tried to make that as easy as possible with the upgrade command. Yo, good morning, Bug-Eye Plays. Just hopped in. But I feel like Halo coming to Helldivers 2 is further indication that Microsoft is cranking up the marketing train, leading into Halo's reveal in October. The fact that this trailer hit at the exact same time as this guy discovering some sort of Halo game in the API, coming to PlayStation, I wonder if this is in conjunction with that. Like if all of this is sort of planned. Any crossover should be weighed against the game's identity. Yeah, I think that's well stated. I think that's stated rather succinctly, but I think that's a very good way of saying it. Like, you should really weigh it against the game's identity. Like, if you're really enjoying, for example, Final Fantasy XIV, it would be a bit strange to suddenly have Deadpool running around or something of that matter, right? I'm being extreme to make the point. Just injecting pop culture into your game can be a bit strange. You're like, wait, what's going on? This world, this universe, this place where I've been, investing and my character exists, that sort of being, infected with pop culture can be a bit of a, I think it's a diluting effect. And I think that the Helldivers 2 Halo crossover actually is one. I feel like people were speculating about this for a while because there's armor in the game that seems to mimic a little bit of the Halo look and vibe, and then they obviously, according to chat, they've spoken to this in the past about the potential of a crossover. I would insta-quit if that would happen to Final Fantasy. Right, like, there are extremes, right? There are lines where, like, you're like, yeah, if you cross that line, I don't think that would be good for the game. That would be sort of a, again, it would have like this diluting effect to the game's identity, look, and feel, to the universe itself. It's a bit odd. Like, if you can't justify the infection, if you can't justify the inclusion of certain things. Halo ODST crossover Halo and Halo ODST are different. Wait, hang on. That you got to explain yourself. You're saying Halo ODST crossover Halo and Halo ODST are different. I'm not understanding what you're saying. I wouldn't do Deadpool. There are other Marvel characters that would work better. In Final Fantasy? Like, I don't know. The Elder Scrolls Online is another one I think I've used as an example of, like, if you were playing that game and suddenly there were, pop culture characters running around, you might be like, what in the world is going on here? Doctor Strange, Magic, and a few others. It would still feel weird, would it not? I don't know. I don't think it would be good. The ODST are not Spartans, if that's what he means. It's still a crossover with the Halo IP. Yeah, I'm not sure what he's trying to categorize. I didn't understand. Halo is one franchise, and Halo ODST is another in the universe of Halo. It carries the name, just none of the main characters. Oh, I see what you're saying. Right. I don't think anybody is expecting Master Chief. I mean, I said that at the beginning, like maybe Master Chief's coming down. But given that it's an ODST reference, many people have said it's likely just going to be armor from that game. Maybe in the actual war bond. Maybe they do some kind of an event. Maybe they just do, extra people out there dropping with you to help you and support you. I don't think that would be nearly as exciting to have, like, the ODST dropping and fighting alongside you. I don't think that would be nearly as exciting as earning armor that you can wear yourself. They could put Cortana on your ship, armor, and hopefully Nathan Fillion. I don't know about Cortana on the ship. I don't know if they're going to want to have that significant of a crossover. That's less of a crossover. That's more of like a hybrid. If you start putting actual elements of, like, the lore and the characters inside of Helldivers 2, to me, I think that it's just going to be something cosmetic and fun. That's likely where the crossover would end, in my mind. I don't know if Arrowhead would want to be like, oh, yeah, sure, let's put Cortana on the bridge. Unless she was there for a limited time, just as like a fun, shout-out. The crossover should be similar size to the Killzone one. I expect we are getting the ODST SMG, which will be the first suppressed weapon in Helldivers 2. I think they will do a special war bond, as people were not happy with the store setup they did for Killzone. Oh, yeah, the Killzone War Bond event was highly criticized by the community, yes. Thank you guys for the first 100 likes. We're only 15 minutes into the broadcast. About an hour in, I'll go through my little script and my thoughts on what exactly this handshake is looking like and what led to this. Well, I'm just kind of speculating why I think Xbox and PlayStation are suddenly playing nice with each other. Not going to lie, not happy about the prospect, says Eugene. If this was a game I was still playing, this would make me quit. Wait, why would this make you quit? What would be the reason for you saying, yeah, I'm out. I don't want to play this anymore? Iron Man and Batman crossover suit for Halo and Helldivers. See, that I would not be okay with. I think the crossover and the collaboration between two games that have similar armor is one thing. I think a pop culture injection is very different. I do. I think there's a giant difference between being like, hey, this can be kind of a fun community thing where the armor's there and everybody's kind of shaking hands and laughing and having a good time. That's not the same as being like, oh, we have a Marvel War Bond and you can unlock Iron Man armor. I think that's just a really, really quick way to dilute your game's identity. It's like instead of it being like sort of like a irreverent, satirical game, it becomes a pop culture puke fest where it's like you just go to the shop and there's just... I mean, that's what's happened to Fortnite, right? Like my kids go through that V-Buck shop every week wanting to get stuff, and I'm like, oh, there's Godzilla. Oh, there's King Kong. Oh, there's Deadpool. Oh, there... I mean, it is absurd. It's like, it makes me... You remember when you would go into Spencer's? You guys remember Spencer's Gifts? They're still around. But you'd go to the mall, and it was like... The mall would have this shop that, like, you know, some kids weren't allowed to go in. But you'd go in there, and that's what it was. It was just this eclectic puke of pop culture stuff. T-shirts, posters, you know, lava lamps, stickers, magnets. It's just like this... You know, and whatever's, you know, cool at the moment, like an MTV magnet or a Beavis and Butthead T-shirt. Like that's what Call of Duty feels like now. I don't think you want to start doing that with your games. Here's the line. Where do we draw the line? Oh, so this is from the actual former CEO. I didn't realize they actually spoke to this so specifically. It says here, not all collabs will become... Oh, whoops, sorry, I got the wrong cap card pulled up. There we go. Let me get me down in the corner here. And then we'll go like that, and then we'll pull this over as well. Okay. So it says here, not all collabs will become Fortnite or COD. Where do you draw the line? Here's the line. So they have, like, obvious armor that is adjacent to Helldivers armor, but the minute, see what they're doing here, the minute they're getting into stuff that they feel would be too far, this would be some, you know, this would be some sort of like a brand dilution here. I don't know. It seems like they were thinking about this ahead of time, you know. Hot Topic. Yeah, Hot Topic is the new Spencer's Gifts, I would say. Godzilla with the Nikes. Yeah. He's got his Nikes on. That's right. Victor says, what would be cool is having an ODST stratagem. We have troopers running around Super Earth during the invasion. It'd be pretty cool to call in. That's what I was curious about. Isn't that kind of how the ending signals? Is that a stratagem or is that a drop pod for a Helldiver? I mean, I guess it could be both, because you do throw those down to revive your teammates, as it were. It could literally be a stratagem. Maybe we get armor and we get stratagems to be like, hey, let's call down some support, and they kind of follow you around. And while they're following you around, you know, it's an ODST pod. So it's literally a pod from Halo. It's not just like a pod from... it's not just a pod from Helldivers. Yeah. Let's see here. Sorry, had to respond to something real quick. You don't have Hot Topics where you are? We have a Hot Topic in our mall. Yeah. They're looking at ODST drop pod to me. That's what I'm thinking. Maybe a stratagem where a Banshee comes down and fires at the enemy. ODST are Helldivers. That's what they are known. You're kind of struggling today with sentences, Chris. This is like the third time you've typed something that I cannot tell what you're trying to say. Either you accidentally poured beer in your Cheerios, or maybe you're typing on the job and you're rushing. I don't understand what you're saying. It's like the third time this morning. I'm like, I don't know what you're trying to say, brother. People only know Marvel from the watered-down version you get in the movies, not things like Immortal Thor, which is far more mythological. Marvel has a metric ton of things that would fit perfectly into Final Fantasy. But you have to understand it wouldn't work because of where Marvel stands right now in entertainment. Nobody would see it the way that you're saying. ODST and Helldivers are the same thing. I'm confused. How on earth is that a sentence that makes sense? You're saying two completely different games are the same thing? What? Like, are you saying what they do? They're just soldiers that fall out of the sky. Okay. See, that's called elaboration. That makes sense. See how conversations are work? Well, ODST are Helldivers. Oh, okay. Two completely separate games separated by years of time are the same. Oh, okay. Can you expound on that? Like, Jiminy Christmas. Well, you guys are typing like you're that annoying 16-year-old that texts, and it's like, hey, what are you doing? I'm here. I'm coming over. It's like 8 messages. Ding, 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 ding. You guys are like expound on your thought, please. Yeah, they're the same. Huh? What do you mean they're the same? Jiminy. They're Starship Troopers clones. Yeah, I mean, I would say it's very much more inspired by Starship Troopers, but they obviously have probably taken inspiration from Halo. Hence the willingness to do the crossover, and hence even what he put in their Discord, where he was like, this is the line of collaboration, and they include Halo in the image twice. You're dyslexic and you're typing on the phone. Well, that's 2 strikes against you, Chris. It's no wonder we're having difficulty this morning. And Halo 3 ODST, I think Helldivers is a phrase used to describe the ODSTs, if I'm not mistaken. ODSTs are Starship Troopers clones, says Eugene. ODST are Helldivers. On the game and series and the book, the phrase is Helldivers. Okay, there you go. See, I am not super up on Halo lore. I remember playing through the Halos with like a sibling. I would just play split screen co-op is what I would typically do. And so I was like, I'm not sure what you guys are saying. That's interesting that they actually call them that. Any orbital drop trooper is a Starship Troopers clone. Yeah, that's essentially what I've always taken this as. I've always taken this as a bit of a more inspiration from the actual movie Starship Troopers. Helldivers 1 actually isn't that old of a game. I want to say 2014, 2015. 2015. December of 2015 is when Helldivers 1 came out, it looks like, to me. I'm just looking at Steam. Yeah. Eugene says, I'm talking about the book. Oh. It's in the books. They're a good read if you want to get deep into the lore. In the book, they drop down in pods, says Eugene. I read that Naughty Dog will be working on Uncharted 5. Nate's daughter will probably be the main character. I mean, I don't know about that rumor. It's not the topic of today. That'll be a huge, distraction. But I will say, we did have that footage from that one trailer that looked like a blonde Lara Croft setup. Like, they had a blonde walking into some type of a tomb, up to some sort of item. I don't know. That, to me, could be Cassie Drake. Stellar Blade is a Starship Troopers clone. Oh, yeah, that one's definitely very similar. The ODST game they deployed in pods. Okay. Halo Master Chief Collection coming to PS5. I don't know what Halo game is coming to PlayStation. I don't know. We're pretty confident that something is happening soon. there also seems to be some sort of planned announcement likely going to be happening at the next big Halo Championship event. So I think they also said they're going to be talking to us about the status of their projects that they're currently working on, projects plural. So many are thinking we're going to get an official Combat Evolved remake announcement and also some kind of an update on the next mainline Halo. Like maybe they're going to have something to show. Maybe they're going to have, I don't know. But that's kind of the current feeling. And then there was an API tool or something that this guy used to see that there is in fact a Halo like game slated for PlayStation on the back end. We don't know what it is. The contention is it's something new. It's not. That's I think the last time we talked about this, and when he sort of unveiled this stuff, I would say that I lost my train of thought. Hold on. What was I saying? I completely lost my train of thought. Sorry, somebody DM'd me and I started reading it, and I completely lost my train of thought. It's Halo 5. It's Halo 5. Hang on a second. All right. I feel like this is a trade with Microsoft probably getting good money for every skin sold. The API. Thank you, Hilly. Right. Sorry. The last time we covered this, the API was essentially saying there was some kind of a new SKU in there. So the thought was it's not going to be this, Master Chief Collection. It's not going to be an existing thing. That's where I was going with my point. Sorry. Whenever they checked the API the last time we talked about this, they said, no, it's something brand new. It's not something pre-existing. It's not like a Master Chief Collection. So that's when I think people were speculating that was the Combat Evolved remake and renewal. My bad. I thought you were live at 10. No, you're good. You're good, Siege. You're being helpful. I don't know if you guys are like this. My brain is bad about that. Like if I'm mid-thought and I start to read something, like a text message comes in or something, and then I try to re-engage what I was previously saying, I can't do it. I've got to be very careful with what I decide to read when I'm like mid-sentence. PlayStation and Epic Games are partners and are in bed with Unreal Engine. Halo's transitioning to UE5. Well, I mean, obviously you could say there's alignment there, but I think, okay, so I'm gonna get a little ahead of myself here. Welcome back, Lady Gamer. Thanks so much for being at a Member Plus. Guys, type !upgrade in the chat. Let's see if we can get some upgrades today. Those are just as important as renewals and gifteds, as people bumping up to the Member Plus that Lady Gamer's on right now. Don't read a text from your wife and go, I love you to chat. Yeah, that would be embarrassing. I wouldn't want you guys thinking that I love you. That would be bad. Anyways, hang on, the stupid ring. I'm gonna have to mute the ring. I can't do this. I'm getting distractions from all sides right now. Someone's at the front door. Okay. So I'm gonna get a little ahead of myself here. I'm gonna jump ahead. About an hour in, I usually go, through my script and my writing and what I've kind of researched here. I think a lot of this is being motivated by the fact that future hardware plans for Microsoft, seemingly they are going to want to have as much as they can for their storefront. Does that make sense? Like, I think they're initiating some of this and saying, listen, this business relationship between us is now changing. Since we're no longer rivals, I'm speculating that they have approached this. I don't know who that is. Sorry. It is such a distracting morning. I am so sorry. It was like a text to me and my wife. And I was like, who is this? Oh, you did an upgrade? Well, that counts as 2. Thank you so much. I think their relationship has changed. I think Xbox approached them and said, our relationship should now be one of we are a storefront for you to sell your property. In the same way that PlayStation has a relationship with Steam. That's my theory about what's going on here. I think that Xbox knows going forward. And a 10 bomb comes in from Detective Seeds. Thank you so much, Detective Seeds. He's been a supporter of the channel for a really long time. And I also appreciate the DMs and some of the inside baseball and some things that we're trying to work on ourselves. I appreciate it very, very much. That again, that's my theory. You know, for breaking your brain for a few minutes. I appreciate it. That's my theory, is that their relationship has taken on a whole new structure. And a single comes in from Stonespire. I know what he's doing. He wants that 10 bomb to 225. Whoever hits it gets it. Thank you so much for that upgrade, Lady Gamer. I've already counted you as a double. I appreciate you upgrading to Member Plus. That means a lot. That is one of the most important things we can do right now, is just get that Member Plus number to go up. So you've got to fast forward to the next 5 years, okay? Because it's 2025. I want you to imagine that it's 2030. The trajectory of the relationship between Xbox and PlayStation, between Microsoft and Sony, that trajectory, I believe, has already changed. So that in 5 years, you're going to have PlayStation interacting with Xbox as a storefront. Because if the future of these devices from Xbox and Microsoft are Windows gaming devices, then there is no longer some sort of a barrier between the platforms. It's like, oh, well, that's a Windows gaming device that will have Epic and Steam and the Xbox application. And I think Xbox is going and saying, hey, this should be what our relationship is. We're just one more place for you to sell your games. And you're just one more place for us to sell our games. Now, I think the relationship looks very different, given that future Xbox hardware, I don't think, is traditional console. I think they're shifting and pivoting into, think about the money that Apple makes and that Steam make. Just think about it. There was a report that came out that, like, Apple makes more than all these gaming companies combined. Why? They're a very, very profitable storefront. They're taking that 30% scrape. That's what I think their goal here is. Pathlon Phoenix says, being that Microsoft and PlayStation are not competing anymore, I see them trying to get as much games on their store, plus whatever new store leading up to their new hardware. I'm telling you, I think that's what this is. I think that's what this is the beginnings of. We're seeing the beginnings of a relationship between the two companies that says, I think Xbox is going beyond just, well, we want to do publishing. I think they're like, well, we don't want to just do publishing. If you're taking a software strategy approach, you're like, well, yeah, we also want to have a storefront where software is being sold. Whose goal is to be the storefront? Xbox. Think about this. We have been hearing for a very, very long time that Xbox is planning on some sort of a hybrid PC console that you'd be able to sideload Steam on. And for the longest time, when this rumor would come out, people would say, why would Xbox do that? Why would they allow another storefront on their box? Why? It's because I think that's their goal. Their goal is to get these devices into the public's hands where there's just varying storefronts, and they're still going to have people. This is also, I think, linked to their big push for backwards compatibility. The reason they want that, thank you so much, Alapark, with 36 months, dude, 3 entire years. Remember, guys, we are back to our roots. Every 25, I am gifting. So we are a 10 bomb away from it rolling over to the next milestone. Anybody's to grab. It could be purple. It could be YouTube. Thank you guys so much. Okay. So, this is tied to multiplat. No, I used the wrong word. Backwards compatibility. Sorry. This is tied to Xbox's assurances and even some of the leaks that we've heard about backwards compatibility. Now, track with me. They have roughly 30 million people right now that are still, to some degree, loyal to them. They've got an Xbox. they've got a Series X or a Series S. There's also probably still people booting up their Xbox Ones, because we know there's people still booting up their PS4s, right? So there is a lot of people right now that they could keep, quote unquote, like loyal to their storefront. And backwards compatibility is a great way to do that. If you buy a future device from them and your library is chilling there through this Xbox application, they want you buying your games through that application because that's money for them. If they sell, a copy of Madden to you through that storefront, they get a 30% scrape. They don't own Madden. They're not publishing it. They're likely not going to put a day-and-date sports game like that on Game Pass. I don't think they would try to spend that kind of money, especially going forward. I don't think they're going to be going and spending exorbitant amounts of money to put third-party games on Game Pass. They're going to take more precise strikes like they did with Expedition 33, Pow World. So if that's what they're doing, then what they're attempting to say is, oh, hey, you've been with us a very long time. Be sure to use this application to get access to literally all of your Xbox games. You're probably then more likely to then buy games through that storefront. So I think they go to PlayStation and say, listen, our relationship needs to look completely different going forward. We're no longer rivals. I mean, we're putting games on your platform and they're selling like crazy. The top 10 games sold on your platform, we've got 4 or 5 of them, right? And I think PlayStation sees it as no different than what they're doing with Steam. They don't see it as any different. They're like, we can take our property over there. So it's not going to surprise me in the least. Thank you so much. E-Man did it for 37 months and a VIP. Welcome back. Puts us at 217. Appreciate you guys continuing to support the channel with your memberships. Check your primes. Make sure you got to use your primes manually every month, y'all. If you pay for Amazon Prime, head over to Purple and be sure to use those every month. They had to keep those games active and accessible. A library full of games I can't play because the servers were shut down is useless. How many games do you honestly think Xbox One and back are like server dependent, homie? 90% of the games back then are not going to be server dependent. They're going to be totally fine and playable. I can do that right now on my Series X. I can play a stupid amount of games from Xbox 360 and the Xbox One era, and I don't need servers. I just play them through an emulator. It boots up the start screen of the 360. All of my alerts change to what the 360 alerts look like, which is a little trip down memory lane. And then I'm playing the game. Excuse me. That era of time is not marked by tons of games that require servers, right? Sure, if you're trying to play like Call of Duty's multiplayer from back then, that's probably not going to work. But by and large, the games in my backwards compatibility library are playable right now. I don't need servers. The point I'm making is that I think this is the beginning of that relationship. There's other ways of viewing this. People think this is sort of the beginning of both platforms doing the exact same thing. I do not think that is the case. I think there would be clearer evidence that PlayStation is restructuring their studios, hiring and budgeting for multi-plat day-and-date releases of their future titles. They'd be doing that now because game development takes 4 to 6 years. So any of the games they're currently working on that are coming out in the next 4 to 5 years, they would need to be structuring differently for those release dates. As far as I can tell, all the PlayStation studios are staying exactly structured the way they always have, which means they're going to do the same thing they've been doing. They're going to build for PlayStation first. They're going to port to PC later. Now, if this generation, given that it has about 4 years left, 3 or 4 years left, 2028, 2029, somewhere in that ballpark, we're starting a new generation. Given that we've got that much time left, I would not be shocked if we see PlayStation 4 games that were ported to PC ported to Xbox. That wouldn't surprise me at all. People are going to be very upset if that happens, but to me, I don't see that being a hop, skip, and a leap or any kind of contortion of the brand. They've already ported PlayStation 4 games to PC. According to Shuhei Yoshida, porting games like that is like printing money because the cost to port it is so low. Well, the similarities between PC architecture and Xbox architecture and software, there's a lot of similarities there. Pivoting Days Gone, for example. Days Gone's a PlayStation 4 game that was ported to PC. It's a very good port, I might add. If you haven't checked it out and you're a PC player, that game has aged very well. It didn't do well at launch, and it's aged very well with time because they fixed a lot of the problems. But it wouldn't surprise me at all if you see over the next 4 years, they start taking those... and the reason I'm specifying PlayStation 4 games is I don't think the PS5 games would make it. I think they would prioritize PS4 games. Like a Days Gone. Now, I don't know about a God of War 2018. Maybe Spider-Man 1. Because of the Marvel thing, right? Like, it always helps to make more money off of a Marvel property. That's always going to keep that relationship with Disney healthy. Hey, we spent a very small amount of money to port Spider-Man 1 to Xbox, and it sold incredibly well or whatever. That wouldn't surprise me in the least if they do that. I think they would limit it to the PlayStation 4 games. It's coming eventually. I think in the future, it's going to look exactly as it does now. I think PlayStation games will hit PlayStation first. I think they will then go to PC later. I think that's going to include Windows gaming devices, because I think Windows gaming devices are going to be viewed as essentially different forms of PC, whether it's a handheld or a hybrid box for your living room. Why port games to Xbox? You can play PC games on Xbox, so the Xbox port would be redundant. I'm not sure what you mean. You can't play PC games right now on your Xbox. I can't boot up my Series X and play, Deep Rock Galactic Survivor. That's a game only available on PC right now. I'm not sure what you're trying to indicate. That's not something you can currently do. Someone technical confirmed this, but I think porting from PC to Xbox is super easy. Both are DirectX. I was told, Zubair, by somebody that I trust, porting from PC to Xbox is much easier. It's one of the easiest directions to go. Yes, that is what I've been told. If you take something that's been built for PC and you port it to Xbox, it is one of the easier ports. Porting to Nintendo would be harder. Porting to PlayStation would also be more difficult. I think the most difficult platform to port to is the Switch 2. PlayStation would be a little bit easier. Xbox is significantly easier to port to from PC. That's what I've been told. Correct. Sorry, I'm thinking next-gen hardware. Oh. No. I agree. Oh my gosh, I agree with you. Eat, sleep, dance. That's exactly what I'm saying. There will not be a need to port games to Xbox in 4 or 5 years because there will not be an Xbox. There'll be something we call an Xbox. It'll be a Windows gaming device. It will be a device that can sideload Steam, Epic. It will also have the Xbox Store. This is where I think we're headed. This is why I think people are completely misfiring on all the smoke right now. They're like, oh, PlayStation's doing this, and they're agreeing to do this, and oh my gosh, they're going to ruin their entire brand. I'm like, no, I think in 5 years, they're going to look very similar to the way they look now. They're going to prioritize their hardware with development. They will then port games to PC later, as they've indicated. That's a great way to expand reach and make more money. But I don't think, Mark Cerny's investment with AMD and Project Amethyst, I don't think these leaks we're seeing about the PlayStation 6, I don't think any of that's going to get just thrown out the window and deprioritized. Isn't the next-gen Xbox coming in 2027? We don't know the exact date. That's one of the rumors and one of the claims, is that the Xbox Next is coming in 2027. Yes, that has been one of the claims from the rumor mill about future Xbox hardware. Yes. Consoles don't even have disk drives? Huh? Days Gone would actually make good sense porting to Xbox. Yeah, that one wouldn't surprise me. A Days Gone port wouldn't surprise me. Spider-Man 1, I don't think would surprise me. I don't think you would see God of War and The Last of Us. I think those ones would be protected. I could be wrong. But my thought on this is very simple. If it's a PlayStation 4 game and it's been ported to PC, it would be very inexpensive to port it to the Series X and the Series S. I also think PS4 games would be easier given the memory bottleneck of the Series S. A PS4 game would have an easier time porting down. Like a Spider-Man 2 likely would have issues. A Ragnarok, a Forbidden West, given that Forbidden West even has DLC in it called Burning Shores that didn't ship to PS4, right? They pushed things about as far as they could. I would imagine games like that would not get ported to Series X and Series S. But I could totally see PlayStation 4 games that were ported to PC make the jump, because it would be really inexpensive. And you're laying groundwork. Tsushima, let me think. Yeah, I don't know if they'd want to do debut IPs like that, though. Like the first Horizon. I don't know. Tsushima and like the first Horizon, especially since Tsushima did so well and Yote's about to come out, I think there are certain pieces of property that they would want to say no to. Ragnarok was on the PS4. Again, I'm not being clear. I think Ragnarok wouldn't make the jump. I don't think God of War 2018 would make the jump. What I'm saying is there are certain IPs that they would view as like, no, those are too central to the brand. Days Gone, not so much. Spider-Man 1 is a mover, but it's also Marvel. It's Marvel property. I think different rules apply when it's not really your property. I mean, it's Marvel's at the end of the day. It's Disney's. So, the way I'm qualifying it is not all, but some of those PS4 games. A low-selling game like Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart. No, I don't think Ratchet & Clank. I think that one would be too... And I don't know if that would be... I guess it was a low-selling game in the grand scheme of things. I don't know where it landed now. But I feel like Ratchet & Clank would be kind of like a Returnal. It's sort of in a... Oh, Rift Apart has sold 4 million? Oh, that's actually pretty good. That's actually not that low. I think its initial sales were low, but so was the saturation of the PS5, which likely played a role in initial sales. I think a game like Ratchet & Clank is too intrinsic to the identity of the PlayStation platform. It's not an Astro Bot, but it's pretty dadgum close. They're like mini mascots. Like, excuse me, Kratos, Aloy, Ratchet & Clank, maybe Jin Sakai and Celine from Returnal. I think they're sort of in a mascot category. Days Gone, not really. Spider-Man, not really. Uncharted, yes. Last of Us, yes. These are like mascots for the brand. I think they would treat those differently. I think they'd be more willing. You also have to consider the end of this gen's going to move very quickly. We're going to blink, and we're going to be in the next gen, right? We're going to blink. So I don't think they're going to be like, oh, we got to take everything over there. Why? Well, all reports are looking pretty dismal for Xbox's hardware going forward. Like, the console sales are pretty bad. They also don't do great over there sales ratio-wise as a platform. This is a known thing. This has been talked about by analysts and the data crunchers. Okay, this is not something that like I'm saying to be like, oh, he hates Xbox. Like, no, this is an observation you can make of the market right now. The reports don't look great. So I don't think PlayStation would put a ton of priority over there. I don't think so. I don't think they would be like, oh, we need to do a bum rush of content on a platform that is likely having lots of exodus. I think over the next couple of years, there are people that are just going to leave Xbox. They're going to feel very much like it's not the brand for them anymore. The sales of the hardware is not looking great. Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart can't run on the Series S. That would potentially be a problem as well. For a Ratchet & Clank game in this day and age, 4 million sales is a lot. No, I agree. I think initially it didn't sell that well, but I think that probably had more to do with the PS5 wasn't doing a great job of saturating the market because of all the chip shortages that were going on. You know what I mean? Given that we have roughly 3 to 4 years left before people start really shifting their attention to the next gen, and given the hardware sales of Xbox and their trajectory, I don't think PlayStation's going to put a lot of priority putting stuff over there. I could be wrong. I mean, they could decide to take every single PC port they've done over there because they're like, why would we not? The work's already been done. It's super cheap. They want to flood our storefront with their games. We'll flood their storefront with our games. I could be wrong. That could be the mentality here. I just don't know if they're going to want to do that with some of their IPs. I don't know if they're going to want to do that with The Last of Us and Kratos and Aloy. Somebody said Jin Sakai's not really a mascot because he's not in the second game. I think what I meant was, like, the Ghost franchise, Jin will sort of always be thought of as, like, the representative of the Ghost franchise. And then, obviously, we've got Atsu coming. But still, even just the logos and the way they set things up, they've made it a very sort of, like, iconic franchise for PlayStation. I think some of the games would be like, no, that's too much interwoven with our brand. Helldivers clearly has a huge Halo overlap. What other Sony games fits this mold? Not very many. Yeah, not very many, if I'm honest. I mean, future live service games, sure. Like Marvel Tokone Fighting Souls, I think that'll land on the Switch too. I think that'll land on Xbox. 6 months after release, maybe. I think within the first year of that game's release, it ends up on all the platforms. It's not just going to stay on PC and PS5. I don't think so. If you guys haven't hit the like button on YouTube, make sure you're going through that ritual of hitting the like button. You're Louisville bound today? You're coming to my neck of the woods, Matty Beast. Well, I hope you enjoy your stay. Or if you're just driving through, buy a bottle of bourbon. Don't open it, if you're driving, but, take it home. If there is no Xbox SDK for the next console, then Sony has no need to port anything. That's like Sony saying Spider-Man is coming to the Xbox One. Well, no. I'm talking about right now, Jerry. I'm talking about Series X and Series S getting games like Days Gone. Because it's a PlayStation 4 game, it was already ported to PC, it would be inexpensive to port it over there. I don't think they're going to touch PS5 only titles like Spider-Man 2, but I could see Days Gone and Spider-Man 1 making the jump. And they wouldn't do all of them. They would do a couple. They'd be very surgical about it. And you're basically whetting the appetite of people to be like, okay, these games are pretty awesome. Maybe next round of hardware I make the jump. Or both parties win in this. Even if they buy the Xbox console PC hybrid and you're able to buy Spider-Man 2, Spider-Man 3 through Steam, Epic, or the Xbox application, I think PlayStation sees that as a win because they're like, that's just another storefront that's selling our game. We get a 30%. I'm sorry, they get a 30%. We get a 70%. And we're already sending the games to PC anyway. What difference does it make? Like, why would PlayStation care where you buy their game on PC? Like, why would they care? If you're going to buy it in Steam, Epic, or an Xbox storefront, why would they care? They're making money either way. And it's also ported later. I believe they will continue that theme. I don't think this will be some sort of shift to start doing day-and-date multi-plat of all of their titles. I don't think they would push against what's got them to where they are right now. Their success, their dominance, their profitability, I don't think they would push back against that and regress and be like, well, we're just going to make all of our studios be multi-plat studios now. I don't think that they would do that. That is certainly what Xbox has done, but I don't think PlayStation has that in mind. If they had that in mind, you would be seeing pretty significant changes at the studios within the budgets and the hiring. There would be pretty big changes happening. Sawyer coming in with 22 months and a member plus. If the next Xbox hardware will be a PC, I don't think it's worth risk damaging the brand over ports of newer titles. Anyway, keep on keeping on. So are you thinking they would do older titles, but they wouldn't grab anything new? Are you agreeing with what I'm saying, Sawyer, or are you talking about something else entirely? That puts us at 218 on the week. We are 7 away from the next milestone. Excuse me. Hilly says, this only happens if the next Xbox is not a console. It has to be Windows and PC. I think Sarah Bond told us that that's what's happening. I think when she said they want Windows to be the biggest gaming platform, I 100% think that that's what she was saying. I think she was saying, we want Windows to be the biggest gaming platform. I think all future hardware from them is a Windows gaming device. Maybe they build it, maybe somebody else builds it, but that's the point. Yo, what Sawyer says, I'm agreeing with you. Okay, cool. I was like, yeah. You're making the same point I am. We're in agreement. Could we get 23 more likes on the video? Let's, right before the hour, we're about to be live for an hour. Right before it rolls over, let's get 200 likes on the video. Sony isn't trying to reinvent itself and its success. It'll look to supplement it. I think that's well stated. It's more of an expansion than a change. It's like, well, we're already putting games on PC. What difference does it make if we put it into more storefronts over there? Why would we close off, millions of potential purchasers? I can see PlayStation 4 exclusives going to Xbox, IP owned by Sony. Yeah. No, I'm in agreement with this. It won't shock me at all. And just like games going to PC, it doesn't matter to me in the least. If games get ported to Series X and S, I hope people buy them. I hope people enjoy them. I hope people, get Days Gone and have a blast. I hope all these guys that have been wanting Helldivers to come to Xbox, I hope they get it and have a blast. My concern in all of this has always been, don't suddenly task your developers with doing something that they're not going to be naturally good at. I'm applying the same logic when I discuss PlayStation Live service games. I say the same thing. Don't have your single-player studios taking a crack at live service. It was a big waste of time for Bend. It was a big waste of time for Bluepoint. I'm applying the same logic when it comes to development. Don't suddenly go to studios who have been very integral and pivotal in the PlayStation 5 success and PlayStation 4 success. Don't suddenly task them with developing for multiple platforms at once. The reason you have the game success that you do and the quality that you do and the award accolades that you do is because your developers are really good at doing this. Don't take them off of that core competency wavelength and let porting companies port the games later. This, to me, has never been a worry or concern. When they started porting games to PC, I was like, that makes perfectly good sense. You're using a porting company. The PC guys get a great piece of content. The PlayStation was still prioritized. Everybody wins. This, I think, re-cements the value of exclusivity because it shows it goes beyond just motivating you to buy a piece of hardware. It gives you better pieces of product to buy. Exclusivity is still brand important unless you don't care about what your brand means. Right. How many porting-focused studios does PlayStation have? Well, we know they have Nixxes, but we also know they've worked with others. So when Detective Seeds tweeted about this a while ago, about how he had heard that games were going to be going to PC 6 months later, which I believe his information is probably case by case. There may be one or two games they're going to try that with. I don't think the average game they're going to be able to pull that off with. I think it's going to be very difficult to hand off a game to Nixxes or whoever and be like, we need this on PC in 6 months. But when he tweeted this, let's see here. Where is it? Here it is. PC ports will be coming faster. Game Logic said, will it be Nixxes, Bluepoint, Iron Galaxy, Virtuous, Aspire, or are they taking it out of the hide of the first-party studios? So Game Logic is seemingly indicating here in this exchange that these are all companies that could be leveraged. So if Seed's claim is true, it could be any one of these companies that help bring this to fruition. Nixxes, Bluepoint, Iron Galaxy, Virtuous, Aspire, right? Detective Seed says, my opinion is case by case. If it's case by case, I think it's going to be smaller titles where it makes more sense and they can actually do it faster. It isn't going to make sense if it's a game with any planned DLC. We know this. We know that PlayStation likes to wait. It's like, here's the game. 6 months later, here is the DLC, and then porting begins. So that would mean that the game would come to PC, 14, 15 months later, a year later, whatever. They would have to develop with one eye on porting it, which I fear would compromise how close to the metal they can code. And that, again, is, I think, a completely valid concern, Zubair. I think developing primarily for a closed system has led to great things. I think we've talked about this a lot recently. If you guys are just tuning in, We're going to be getting into my notes and my thoughts on this. I've kind of organized it. Make sure you're hitting the like button. Go through that ritual. Also, hit the $sign at the bottom of the chat. You may have a renewal to celebrate. You can also type !upgrade and see if you're able to upgrade. We've been trying to get folks to go up to Member Plus, and that upgrade command makes it very easy to do that. So we've talked about this recently where people are saying Ghost of Yotei doesn't look that much better than Tsushima, which I think they're trying to say it as an insult, but what they don't realize they're doing, they're inadvertently praising how ahead of the curve Tsushima was as a game. That game was recently praised by somebody who was talking about, how good certain games look versus others, and he was saying, look at this game ported to PC. It's a PlayStation 4 game, and look how beautiful it is. Look how amazing it looks, right? I don't think what people realize is that Sucker Punch was able to make a game that looked ahead of its time, and one of the reasons for that is they were building for a closed system, and they were able to take the game about as far as they could. If you go to late PlayStation 4 games, you will see evidence of what I'm talking about. You will see games like God of War 2018, Spider-Man 1, The Last of Us Part 2, Ghosts of Tsushima. These are all games built for a closed system, and they do not feel and they do not look like games from the previous gen. It's why they were able to do a simple, completely free update, a 4K checkerboard, 60 FPS update to God of War 2018, and it looks phenomenal on the PS5. Why? They built it for a closed system, and they were able to push it very, very far. It looks ahead of its time if you go back and check it out. If the only real signs that it's from the PS4 era is resolution and frame rate, and that can be updated, I think that proves what I'm saying. Like, I think you get games of a higher caliber when the developers are able to do that. I don't think PlayStation's going to work against that. Yo, it's good, Ginger. 47 months, my man. Welcome back. Good to see you, Brian. Excuse me. So, by and large, I don't think any of this is going to get diluted going forward. I don't. I think the pattern will hold. You build for here first. It really shows off the hardware. It shows off, the quality of the studios you have. And then you kick it to PC later. If I'm on Windows 11 today, says Hilly, I already have the biggest technical leap in gaming Sarah Bond was talking about. Who knew the PC I bought before Series X was the gen after? Only Microsoft can achieve this level of nonsense. Oh, Hilly. What is the goal of exclusives? I think it's different for every game. I think sometimes a timed exclusive is literally to leverage it as a marketing beat. They just want to be able to say that, Stalker 2 is an example. Stalker 2 was like a marketing beat. They use it as marketing. It wasn't leveraged in the same way that, like, Spider-Man 2 was leveraged. I don't think they were leveraged in the same way. Like, sometimes a timed exclusivity deal is literally just used for marketing. Other times, it's used to be like, you really want to come get this system because this is the only place you can get this game. Other times, exclusivity, if you listen to, like, what Herman Holst says in that sit-down, where everybody's now trying to chop that up and misrepresent it, and they're like, oh, yeah, everybody missed this. Like, no, we all covered it, actually. Your little Discord just decided to circulate it suddenly. Anyways, in that conversation, and in other conversations, he said this before, their tentpole titles are meant to show off the hardware. Their tentpole titles are meant to show off the PS5. So it's multifaceted. Like, sometimes an exclusive is an exclusive for multiple reasons. It's a great marketing beat. It's a great way to get people to buy your hardware. Oh, and also, it's a great commercial for how great the hardware is, how good, games can look and run. I'd say any exclusivity deal is 100% about marketing. It's why secret exclusivity deal always made my eye twitch. Right. 200 million PlayStation consoles, 2 million Astrobot sales. Are you feeling okay? You know that Astrobot wasn't available on the former PlayStation consoles, right? It was sold to a user base of, I don't know, was it like 60 to 70 million maybe PlayStation 5s at the time? Please tell me you're going to argue attach rate. It's always my favorite when someone wants to argue attach rate, as that determines the success or the failure of a game. Please tell me you're going to argue attach rate. 70 million and 2 million Astrobot? Mm-hmm. Make sure and add up all the Steam users who could potentially buy any game sold on PC, and then add up all the users on Xbox, and add up all users on PlayStation, and then I want you to look at the attach rate of pretty much every major multi-plat game and realize that those are all failures as well, according to your logic. Our public education system has failed us. Like, greatly. Because if attach rate is the determiner of what you're saying, oh, that's the failure of exclusivity, then you're arguing the failure of multiplat as well. Because multiplat games sell to a fraction of the available users. You just argued that basically every single game is a failure, because there are so many potential sales. So, yeah. That one's my favorite argument of all arguments. I can't believe they're still saying this one. I mean, if you're going to say, well, that's an indictment of exclusivity, then a game being available on PC, Xbox, and PlayStation, only selling to a fraction of the available user base, you just indicted those games as well as failures. It's an absurd argument. It's not an argument that is rooted in good faith. It's not an argument that's rooted in actual analysis. It's a predetermined outcome. It's like, well, we have to make this game look like it was a failure, so we're going to grab a stat and we're going to interpret the stat negatively. You can interpret every stat in any way that you want, which is why you could argue that all multi-plat games are failures, because they only sell to a very small fraction of the available player base. You know, every multi-plat game that can be purchased by hundreds of millions of people is purchased by like a tiny percentage of the user base available globally. So every game is a failure, according to the dizzying logic of the people who try to claim that, like, Astrobot was a failure. These same people will say that, like, the 3 million sales of Final Fantasy 16 was a failure while celebrating 3 million players, not sales. It's always interesting how rules for thee but not for me is so consistent in these discussions. I don't know. Hypocrisy is not a virtue. Like, inconsistency and dishonesty are not virtues. Like, AA don't sell more copies. They have higher profit margins due to lower devs and marketing. Success to me is always going to be cost to develop and market versus the amount of money made. That's why we've seen AAA struggle more versus indie, who comes in cheaper and sells more copies. Well, I think the problem with what you said, Ginger, that he's taking issue with is it sounds pretty sweeping for you to say that AA sells more copies. You're saying, you know, indie and indie and AA's, they come in and they sell more copies. This is mathematically not true. There is an absurd amount of AA and indie games that come out every year that crash and burn and nobody knows about. I've continued to say the demonization of AAA, and people are like praising AA and indie, and they're like, oh, AAA is cooked. I could make the exact same argument and make it seem like AA and indie is cooked, because I could line up like a mountain-sized pile of commercial and utter failures every month from AA and indie. I mean, a Mount Everest-sized pile of games is coming out all of the time that suck and are terrible and don't do well. And it's dominated by indies and double A's. All you got to do is check that Steam database to see how many games release every single day, week, and month. And I got to tell you, the percentage of double A and indie games that do really well is infinitesimally small. I mean, it is microscopically small in comparison to the number of double A's and indies that break out and do very well. Oh, you're saying they sell more based on their price point. Wait, sell more than what, though? Sell more is comparative. What are you comparing the sell more to? Even still, what you're saying, Ginger, is just on that wavelength of like AAA sucks and AA and indies are on the rise. I got news for you. There are way more AA and indie titles every week and month that fail miserably. There's way more than there are AAA. Like, the ratio of successful AA and indie titles is stupidly small in comparison to the number of what big AAA games come out and they can do very well. I'm saying they move more copies because they have very user-friendly price point. You're not qualifying more. More than what? You're using the word more. I don't understand your sentence. If you're not saying that they sell more copies than AAA, what are they selling more than? What's the more attached to? I don't know the antecedent to more there. I'm like, what's it attached to? More than they would have? More than what? More than if their price was higher? Like, I need you to flesh the more part of it out. I'm not tracking the argument. Indie copies sell more than they used to. Is this verifiable? We'd have to include all the indie titles that sell terribly, wouldn't we? I don't think the ratio is that impressive. I really don't. I think we've bought into some weird mantra, I don't even know what it is. I'm not saying it's propaganda, but it kind of feels like propaganda. It's like we bought into this idea that like double A's and indies are just taking over. And it's like, number one, they've always been here. Number two, there are way more that sell terribly than there are that sell well. Yet AAA are also setting records and selling more than they used to as well. Like, the absurd amount of copies and revenue generated by AAA games is very high. It's not going down. Indies are cool, but those are side pieces. AA and AAA is what I play the most because they are made by professionals with more polish. Yeah, I also don't know if we could count Helldivers 2 as like AA when you have that kind of money behind you. I mean, studio size, you could say they're AA, but when you're published by Sony, it's hard to be like, yeah, we're just a little scrappy company out here. Just a little AA scrappy company with Sony money at our backs. I think like true indie and AA studios are like, wait a minute, like we'd kill for some of that Sony money. Yeah, there's an awful lot of marketing. There's an awful lot of marketing for Helldivers 2. Then it goes back to my original point. The risk and cost for indies is far less than AA, meaning AAA games have to move 5 to 7 million copies to break even. That's great. They sold 5 million. I don't know if I agree with what you're saying, Ginger, and here's why. You're saying the risk for indies is less. Quantitatively, yes. Impact? No. It's not less. Every indie and AA studio is facing down the same barrel. If we don't sell enough copies, we close up shop. Oh, and also, we don't have a publisher at our back to save our skin if this doesn't go well. We're cooked, we're done. How many smaller studios have done layoffs just in the last 24 months? They're not protected from these realities just because they spend less money. Right? Like, I think you're correct if you're just basing it off of dollars. You're like, quantitatively, the number's higher. AAAs take greater risk for, like, a bigger stack of cash. But even though they're spending a smaller stack of cash over here, I think the risk is just as enormous. If their game doesn't do well, they're done. They are cooked. They got to downsize. They got to close up shop. We've seen this happen to smaller studios in the last 24 months, whether they lay people off or shut down. This conversation started with the conversation of what means a success. Right, and I think AA's and indies are facing the same gauntlet and the same guillotine of success. We spent X number of dollars. The ratio of sales needs to be high enough so that we can stay in business. If that doesn't happen, we're in trouble. And we don't have a publisher behind us to protect us if that doesn't happen. We don't have a parent company to protect us if that doesn't happen, if we don't do as well as we need to. I think their risk is just as great, if sometimes not more, because of the precarious nature of their existence. What's the issue before the court? I'm not sure. You got to define some terms here, like defining more was helpful. Now we're defining success. In my mind, they're all facing the same difficulties. You don't sell enough of your game, you are in trouble, because even AA's and indies are having to put up an awful lot of capital to get a game to market. That's where we've seen a lot of price variability and more people willing to take risk on trying out a $70 game versus a $7 game versus a $70. But even the $7 game, I think, is dealing with the same difficulty. If you don't sell enough copies, it doesn't matter that you had a nice competitive price. Like, let's take, for example, the game I played yesterday, Echoes of the End. $30 or $40. It's in that price range. I don't think it's going to do very well. Not going to get a great score. It's not going to get great reception. It's probably not going to sell a lot of copies, even though it's in the market at a price point half of what, like, Nintendo is selling their games. It's close to half of what the $7 price point is. It's at a significant reduction of price point, but it doesn't really matter. PlayStation has too much DEI that results in Concord, Marathon, and Fair Games. Yeah, they've got too much DEI. You're right. And I hope it means that you stop playing their games and don't buy their products and go do something else, so we don't have to listen to statements like that ever again. People's feelings hurt over the multi-platform Discord. Maybe learn the math and stop making it a platform partisan politics. What's good, Game Logic? Good to see you. Alapark says, a more accurate statement is that indies and AA's have a lower bar for success because their budgets are smaller. They can sell less units at a cheaper price and still make more money than a AAA title. Saying their bar for success is lower, though, that's like saying, you know, the bar for success for my kid in a sprint is different than me. They have to run a shorter distance, but they're still younger and weaker and smaller. Right? Yes, the bar's lower for AA's, but it's also harder for AA's to get noticed. They can't spend near as much on marketing. They're in a deluge of games. There's games everywhere. They're easy to be ignored. Like, yes, the bar's lower, but they're shorter than the bar. Like, they're trying to reach just as high. It's all relative. Exactly. It's relative to their size. Like, they're going to have just, if not more, hard of a time to reach that bar because they're the small fry. They're the small fish in the pond. They can't splash the world with marketing, kabloosh, and everyone's like, oh, that game. Like, they can't do that. They've got to rely on word of mouth, some grassroots. They got to send out codes. They hope a streamer plays their game and doesn't say that it sucks, right? Like, if, you know, imagine with somebody's reach the size of, like, a Tim the Tap Man, or, you know, like a Mr. Beast, or somebody like boots up your game and it's like, this game sucks. I mean, that can be a death sentence. Or this game is really fun. That can be life-changing. Like, a bunch of big streamers started streaming Among Us, and then Among Us had to cancel their sequel and devote all their attention to the first title, right? That's tectonic what can happen. All of these small studios are facing those challenges. I think they have to reach just as high because of their size. Game Logic says only the top 8% of games on Steam break 100,000. That is barely enough to pay the annual salary of one developer. This is what I've been trying to say. Like, this idea that, like, AA's and indies are having some renaissance and some takeover. Yes, there have been some breakout titles, and we should celebrate that. But there is a larger pile of AA and indie slop that crashes and burns every week and month, that doesn't make a profit, that doesn't do a good job, and that largely sits there with terrible scores because the games aren't good. They're just as guilty as the AA studios that do the same thing. Like that AAA studios that do the same thing. AAA studios are bringing games to market all the time that aren't ready, that are bad, that don't do well, that don't sell well. There's a greater number of games in AA and indie that do this. The quantity is overwhelmingly higher on that side of the fence. And yet we've created this weird illusion that like, oh, AAA sucks and indies and AAs are taking over. And I'm like, what? Like, yeah, there's been some great breakout titles and we should celebrate Expedition 33, but that's not a mark of change in the ratio of success to failure. If anything, there are exceptions to the rule. The average AA and indie title that comes out is garbage with a terrible score, and it makes no money, and it sits on Steam with 50 reviews. AOZ says, let me get this straight. People are trying to say that spending less money is a strategy to making more money. It's the quality of the game that matters. Ginger says, but that's always been true across time. I think I saw something, and if I can find the link, is that on average, gamers get around 6 amazing games a year, from the 90s all the way to now. Yes. I've been trying to say that, Ginger. I've been trying to tell people that, like, it's always been this way. There's always been, the cream rises to the top. You've got amazing games that rise to the top, and then there's all the other crap that falls by the wayside. On average, yes, we get really, really amazing games every year, but the group of amazing games has always been smaller in comparison to the dog heap pile of crap that comes out. There are 19,000 games made on Steam in the last year. That's 17,488 games that are not selling. Bonga. And 100 SEK, thank you so much for the super chat. I think that's Vedger that did that. I can't see your name. It's like squished up here. AAA has nothing to do with the budget and the production cost, but more about the competence, the preciseness of the processes, and innovation. Helldivers 2 is a perfect example of a AA game, and the production shows different. Somebody said that Paul has something in the Discord for me. Guys, make sure you're smashing the like button. Make sure you're renewing your stuff. I haven't gotten to my script yet because we're deep in the throes of a significant thing. Okay, yeah, what's this thing? Is this what I'm supposed to look at, Paul? Hang on, let me pull it up over here. I got 2 different computers going here. Is this about how much money they made or how much success? 18,000 AA games, only 6,000 made over $500. Okay. In 2024, approximately 18,000 games were released. After applying the following filters, the dataset was reduced to 5,773 games. Released in 2024, classified as indie, AA, or hobbyist, generated at least 500 in revenue. The most significant reduction came from filtering out games that made less than 500, bringing the total down from 18,000 to 6,509. This highlights how elusive commercial success is for the majority of developers. This sounds like data to support what I've been saying this entire year, as AA and indie is hailed as the savior of gaming and AAA is the devil. It's almost like that's just an illusion to sell you an idea of an us versus them propagandistic attempt to make gamers seem like they've got a war against big corporations because they push out games that don't do well. Yeah, well, so does the overwhelming majority of AAs and indie titles as well. Detailed analysis and interesting insights I gathered. Newsletter. Few key insights. 83% of AA game revenue comes from the top 10% of games. 85% of indie game revenue is also concentrated in the top 10%. The median revenue for self-published games is $3,000, while publisher-backed games have a median revenue of $16,000. That's 5 times more revenue for published titles. Is this because good games are more likely to get published, or because of publisher support? AA and indie free-to-play games made a surprising amount of money. Popular genres with high median revenue, not safe for work, this, and this. Not surprising. Sims, strategy, roguelikes. Yeah, this right here, the roguelikes having high median revenue. This is frustrating that, like, Returnal didn't do better on Steam. See, I think that's kind of what I've been trying to say all year, is that this idea that, that AAs and indies are the savior and, like, AAAs are the devil, I just continue to say that the math doesn't math there. No. There's just too many games that come out for that math to map. Like they're doing so much better and they're selling so much. You know, they're performing so much better. It just isn't true. I think people see games of what makes AA versus AAA. A AA isn't an insult, but I view both Helldivers 2 and Expedition 33 as AA games personally. I mean, to look at the publishing backing and the companies behind Expedition 33 comparatively to like what was behind Helldivers 2, I don't think those are fair comparisons at all. I think Expedition 33 deserves the title of AA way more than Helldivers 2. A $5 super chat from Siriu. Everyone knows about every AAA failure, but nobody noticed AA and indie failures. Why marketing? Right, like we don't know about like what Hilly put in the Discord as well. He put this in the Discord, and he said, this is the popular upcoming games in the next 2 days. Most don't even get shown here, and getting to this point, it's still a long shot to sell. Like, are you guys going to be checking out The Bazaar, Jupiter Hell Classic, Journey of Realm? I can't read that. Dice Gambit, Lost Twins 2, Monster Mop-Up, Ink Shade, Iwakura Area, Ovis Loop. I actually might check out Ovis Loop. That actually looks pretty good. Anyways. Let's check it out right now, actually. Ovis Loop on Steam. It is 2D action roguelike early access. It launches tomorrow. Let's take a look at this. This looks like could be fun. So it looks like you plot your roguelike course on a map. Frenetic 2D like melee base looks like. All right. Show us some combat, not all spliced up, please. Just a little bit. We got to see like single hits on bosses. All right, here we go. See, this is my issue. There was one that I played like this a while back, like 2D Rogues. The reason I sometimes struggle with them is there's so much visual pollution with the explosions and the damage and the telegraphs. It can be hard to see. Like, my old man eyes are like, huh? What? What's happening? I can't tell what's going on. So, I played one like that, and I really liked it, but then the more challenging it got, the more difficult it got for me to, like, read telegraphs and, like, tell what was happening. It was hard to know, like, when I was getting hit. So many explosions on the screen. Xbox purchased sponsored placement for Hellblade 2 Enhanced to appear at the top of the PlayStation Store. An indie or a AA doesn't have that budget, says GameLogic. Should be obvious how it impacts the chance of success. Yes. While Microsoft didn't publish Expedition 33, they helped and had the marketing rights. That did help them get in front of more people. Yes. Yes, somebody at Xbox made a very, very wise choice. They saw what I saw. I saw a trailer for Expedition 33. I said, that's got Game of the Year potential. I said, there is something going on there. There's something special there. Somebody at Xbox saw the same thing and knew they could write a significantly smaller check than they typically write for Game Pass because of the size of the studio and the publisher. And they ended up snagging the front runner for Game of the Year for Game Pass. It was a very smart play. That's what has sort of prompted me to say, I think you're going to see more of that from Microsoft. More precise strikes of like getting things for Game Pass that aren't these big, huge AAA blockbuster titles because they're going to want way more money. I agree, Lono, but I have something to add. AAA is struggling in my opinion, but not because they are doing anything wrong. They have always gone to bat with AA and indie, and that's good for the market. I feel the thing that is new and landing now on AAA games is platform games. EA has described Battlefield 6 as this. Minecraft, Roblox, Fortnite have eaten more of the AAA sales than anything else in my mind. People live in these games. Not just live service is the devil either, but in the truth, platform games have happy gamers and they're not buying more games. Yeah, I think this is a contributing factor as well to AAA, having a harder time capturing those sales because you have platform games that are, they're black holes that they don't let people out. Which I think Helldivers is one of the best games that doesn't do that. You know, they don't make you play all the time. They actually do give you, I think, a reasonable amount of content on a regular basis. And I don't think you feel like the pressure to constantly stay in the game. I think that's one of the things about Helldivers that is so good. Which I should probably get to my my actual talk this morning about this. What does this all mean? You know, Helldivers and Halo crossover. A Helldivers 2 Halo crossover. This is, I think, an interesting time to be a gamer. And let me just kind of go into this one, all right? Where am I? Where's my button? There's my button. Obvious questions about Helldivers 2 and Halo crossover. I've got questions. You've got questions. What does this all mean? We're seeing two brands coming together and basically shaking hands. And what does this mean for the future of PlayStation titles, Xbox titles, the differences between the two platforms? I don't think this is just as simple as, oh, it'll be fun. There'll be some armor inside of Helldivers 2 from Halo, which obviously I think we're going to see. But I think this marks sort of the beginning of a new era for gamer. And some people are speculating that gamers are going to see this new era result in all the platforms look identical and like nobody has exclusives and games are going everywhere. I think these are very empty platitudes spoken by people with an agenda. They're not doing actual market analysis. It's not thoughtful. It's not deep. And here's why. I'm not seeing Nintendo or PlayStation show signs that they are going in this direction. And you might think that this Helldivers 2 Halo handshake is sort of the beginning of those changes. And what I actually heard from somebody that I trust is that Xbox initiated the conversation about Helldivers 2 coming to Xbox. I actually think Halo collaboration with Helldivers adds credence to that claim. That is something that Xbox would initiate. It's their IP. They went and said, we would like to do this. We would like to come together, and this is something that we'd be willing to do in the relationship. Bring Halo things into Helldivers. Now, it was stated by Arrowhead that they were not the ones that made this call. They said, quote, it was all Sony, which many thought was a repudiation or a refutation of my claim that, like, hey, somebody inside told me this was initiated by Xbox. I think both of those things can be true. I think it could have been a conversation initiated by Xbox. I think the Helldivers 2 Halo crossover could also, I think very likely was initiated by Xbox, but it ultimately was PlayStation's call. I don't think Arrowhead was saying, oh, it's all them. They're the ones that push for this. We weren't pushing for it. We didn't want this to happen. That would make their statements rather strange, given that we know Arrowhead was publicly in support of this happening. They were publicly in support of the game going to Xbox. But the bigger question is, why would both platforms be okay with this? And I think there is some signals from both companies as to what this all means. Number one, we have very significant signals from Xbox and Sarah Bond that future Xbox hardware will be Windows gaming devices. That means they are going to have devices out there labeled as Xboxes that have Steam, Epic Game Store, and then their own storefront. I think they're viewing that as an opportunity to make more money even within their own storefront. Storefront revenue is going to benefit them if they're in a good relationship with PlayStation. And they want to be in a good relationship with PlayStation. They're selling lots of copies of their games on PlayStation right now. And to have a reverse of that relationship where there is an Xbox storefront on your PC or your Windows gaming device selling PlayStation ported games, that's more revenue for Microsoft. They get a 30% on every single one of those sales. You also have to consider just how many people are loyal to Xbox and have a Series X or an S or are currently on Game Pass, maybe even a significant number of people still on Xbox Ones. And guess what? They're pushing for backwards compatibility to be a significant marker of the brand going forward. Well, why would you do that? Because you want to keep people within the Xbox ecosystem loyal to your storefront. It's far more likely that somebody with their entire backwards compatibility library it's more likely they're going to continue to buy games through that Xbox application. If they end up on a PC, if they end up on a Windows gaming device, if the future Xbox console PC hybrid has that as an option, all their games are backwards compat and they can open up an Xbox store, it wouldn't surprise me at all if you would see PlayStation games sold in that store, because I believe the relationship of these two platforms has dramatically changed, and I think Helldivers 2 going to Xbox and the Halo crossover is a sign of that change. There's also something in the signals right now about a PlayStation-compatible Halo game was found through a data mine at like the exact same time that this happened. Insider Gaming reporting that, quote, a data miner has discovered that PlayStation-compatible Halo titles were listed in the API, suggesting that a release for the platform's imminent. Now, recently they said that we received several details about an upcoming Halo games, including Combat Evolved Remake, Project Eaker, and the next mainline installment for the series. The same source has now returned with new data mine details, hinting that a Halo release for PlayStation could be in the cards. Now, this to me is interesting. This came to light the same day as the trailer that included the teaser about a Helldivers 2 Halo crossover. Now, the question would be, well, what would the titles be coming to PlayStation? Well, apparently, according to the report, and this is from the Insider Gaming article, a beta title and a second new Halo title with PlayStation compatibility were discovered in the API. However, the data miner has limited information on these two. According to them, the new Halo title for PlayStation could be Certain Affinity's upcoming multiplayer title, Project Eaker. The data miner also speculates that the two listings could be the same game, one for the beta and the other for the full release. Now, you might be unaware of this. I was unaware of this, but Project Tatanka was switched hands and potentially direction as well. This is from the same article. For those unaware, Rebs Gaming had stated that Project Tatanka, Halo Infinite's canceled Battle Royale mode, was handed over to Certain Affinity. It was then rebranded as a separate multiplayer game using Unreal 5, which is currently codenamed Project Eaker. Rebs Gaming also stated that the best case scenario would be that players receive announcements for the Halo Combat Evolved Remake, Project Eaker, and Project Eaker's beta at the upcoming Halo World Championship 2025, scheduled for this October. Now, a great runway to this would be a Helldivers 2 Halo crossover. Helldivers 2 is coming at the end of August to Xbox. You could do something in September as a great lead up to this event and get people excited about the fact that these two companies are working together. Maybe more than just armor in the game, maybe some sort of an event, a big Halo event like that sort of runs and unveils and leads up to this event in October. There's some kind of a signal right now that people are analyzing, some radio signal. Now, given that we have a new War Bond rumored to be coming in the middle of August, a month later would be the perfect time for an event, a Halo event inside of Helldivers 2. Now, regardless of how this all shakes out, many are seeing this as a continuation of Xbox being more publisher-oriented. They're taking some of their sacred cows and they're taking it to the former competition, PlayStation. Not only that, they're taking one of their most sacred cows. They're taking Halo, and they're seemingly going to be putting it into another piece of property, a PlayStation-owned piece of property. Arrowhead is not owned by PlayStation, but the Helldivers IP is. Now, some think that Helldivers 2 going to Xbox is a sign that PlayStation is taking the lead position, or they're following the lead position, I should say. Now, I have not been compelled that this is what's happening. 40 to 50 days ago, both Herman Hulst and Nishino rejected the notion that they're going to be copying Microsoft's strategy. I will say the same thing that I always have. Porting games to a platform later is not a problem, as long as game development from first-party studios is prioritizing the home console first. I feel like we get better games. Now, something that I feel PlayStation has very strongly signaled for the future, because we have seen zero budgetary moves or hiring shifts at any of the PlayStation studios to gear up for what folks are claiming is coming. Oh, whole slate, no more exclusives. PlayStation's going to put their games everywhere day and date. Game development takes anywhere from 4 to 6 years. They would be preparing right now if that was the future they were headed for. Any games in development right now that are going to take 4 to 6 years to come out, meaning they're going to land in like 2029, 2030, the next gen, they would be prepping for that. They would be gearing up for parallel development. They'd be budgeting more money because it's more expensive to build a game for all the platforms. You're going to spend more marketing it. You're going to need more employees. It's going to take longer to come to market, which means you're going to budget a larger amount of money. We have seen no signs of this in any of the budgetary announcements from PlayStation. If they were moving in this direction, if they were shifting in this direction, there would be stronger signs that they were doing this. I expect PlayStation 5 to roll into PlayStation 6, and they're going to largely have the same approach. They will build for their platform first, games will be then ported to PC later, and since all future Xbox hardware is basically going to be a PC, a Windows gaming device that can sideload Steam and Epic Game Store, I see Xbox wanting this relationship with PlayStation to be one where they are mutually benefiting from their storefronts getting games, not one where PlayStation is porting games to a quote-unquote Xbox, as there won't really be dev kits for Xboxes in the future if what Sarah Bond said is true. And Nintendo is clearly not budging on this issue either. The death of exclusivity, as many people are calling this, I don't see evidence for that. As it stands, this more looks like to me a continuation of Xbox's newly evolved strategy, and PlayStation sees that future. They see Xbox hardware as more fertile ground for PC ports to those Windows gaming devices that are going to operate as PCs with various different storefronts. So PlayStation doesn't care if you buy their future games, their future ported games. Like, let's say Ghost of Yotei gets ported in 2 years, and you can buy it on a PC, but you can buy it in a Windows gaming device. You could buy it in Steam. You can buy it in Epic. You can buy it in that Xbox storefront. I don't think PlayStation cares because they don't see that as anything running contrary to their strategy of expanding the reach of their games while also prioritizing development for the PlayStation first. Now, that's just how I see it. I could see it wrong. Let me know what you think. I always like discussing this with you guys, and I especially like reading your comments on a pretty divisive subject. So that's kind of my thought on this. I see this as the beginning of the relationship between Xbox and PlayStation being one where they're both sort of heavily interested in seeing their storefronts just get more games. I don't think Xbox is like, oh no, we're going to have a console in the future and we're going to get these PlayStation games. It's like, well, no, we're going to be Windows gaming devices in the future. Why would Xbox kiss the ring if sideloading exists? Because they want games sold in their storefront, homie. Think of it this way. If you're super loyal to Xbox, they're investing tons of money in backwards compatibility so that you stay loyal to them. So on future devices, you're being sold the idea that you're going to have access to all your games. Guess what that means you'll likely do? It means you will likely continue to engage with the Xbox storefront. It would be great for you to be able to buy Spider-Man 2 in the Xbox storefront on your Windows gaming device or on your PC. A lot of people are staying on PC or moving to PC. And if you move to PC and there's backwards compatibility and all your stuff's there and the Xbox storefront's there, you'll be loyal to it. You've got your trophies, you've got your user account, you've got your friends list, you've got backwards compatibility. You see what they're doing? They're making it really hard for you to leave, whether through Game Pass, backwards compat, or all the other things they've added over the years. And if you throw in there, oh, those PlayStation games that get ported to PC are now in the storefront as well, Xbox gets to make a scrape on that. They get to make a 30% scrape on every single game that they sell. So I think the software strategy, the publisher strategy of Xbox and Microsoft is so fully orbed in this. It's not just about publishing games on Nintendo and PlayStation. It's about having a storefront where everything's there and they're making money on all of it. If you look at Apple and you look at Steam, that's where their money comes from. Their money comes from the 30% scrape on all sales. Apple doesn't even really make games anymore. I think they tried for a while. They had like their own little batch of games and efforts that they were doing. But guys, make sure if you're enjoying the conversation to smash that like button. If you like this show and you want to support this show, this is a fan-funded channel. And if you like these things, you like to keep these things going, make sure you hit join and pick Member Plus. That is the best way to support monetarily right now, or the tip command, or gifts to others, We're a little behind on pace for the week, but we typically bounce back pretty much every single week, and that unlocks Friday night. Yeah, Shapord. Ginger says, that's how I roll. Xbox Play Anywhere is a key selling feature to me. They'd rather make 30 than 70. Windex, how would they make 70 on a game they don't own? Your question doesn't make any sense. Xbox stands to make a ton of money in their storefront if they continue to have a very successful storefront where third-party games can land. This is something that I think people don't understand about the industry. Third-party always makes up the most of the sales on a given platform. It's just how it's always been. Now, Xbox is going to change that a little bit, given that they bought a bunch of the third party, which now makes them first party. But one of the reasons they did that is because they knew how much money they could make off of all that property. Minecraft kind of opened their eyes. Helldivers 2 going to Xbox and there being a Halo crossover, again, I think that's the beginning of that handshake. Brett says, Lono, it's my birthday. I want 5 new Member Plus subscriptions. I can't make them do it, Brett. Brett's asking for 5 people to upgrade to Member Plus. Thank you so much, Brett. You guys know how we celebrate birthdays around here. I want some emote spams. I want a ton of likes. The like count didn't move. It didn't move. You guys need to take a quick second and check to make sure you hit the like button. It helps out the video. It helps out the live stream. Make sure you're going through that ritual. I think part of the reason is the perception. Once the perception is out there that any game you're interested in will go to PC in a matter of months, there'll be a negative impact. I think if the window of porting is too short, it could have a negative impact. I don't believe that's going to happen. People are spamming farty bomb. That's what my son lovingly calls 50 bombs. So people are trying to manifest some 50 bombs being gifted to the community. Thank you, Hilly, for spamming that. I do agree that if you start bringing games to the PC platform too soon, and there's a Member Plus from Rinsler and Pimptastical, both renewing their memberships. 40 months. Got the 40-40, homie. I'm 40 years old now, and I'm hanging out with my guy for 40 months. Thank you, Pimptastical, for renewing for 40 months and 22 months from Rinsler. We are officially a 5 bomb away from the first milestone of the day. We have not hit the milestone yet. I will owe you guys a member when we hit that 25, and we haven't hit it yet. Their work with AMD tells me otherwise. I'm not a fan of games going everywhere, to be clear, but I don't think the sky is falling either. Oh, what's Sam saying? He says, Sony can't compete because they have no visionaries there anymore. They lost their spark to innovate with the console they gave up. We're seeing the result of that this gen. I think it's a very strange perspective, seeing that this is the most successful gen they've ever had. They just posted really, really great results. All their numbers are up. And yet you're talking as if they're done. They've lost their spark. They gave up. They're over. I don't see any evidence of that, like, at all. I see the opposite. I see they've been extremely successful this gen, and they've had a ton of exclusives. They've had a ton of first-party efforts, and there's more on the horizon. I don't get the sky is falling, everything's bad, they're over, they're cooked, they're dead. Where's the evidence of that? They're better than they've ever been. Their standing in the market couldn't be stronger at a time where a platform they used to compete with is just floundering in hardware sales. They're on a rise, and they're doing way better than they expected. They anticipated their hardware to slow down because they couldn't do a mid-gen price drop, and they expected it to slow down, and it didn't. It's holding on pace with the PS4, which is something they did not expect. I don't think there's evidence that, like, they've lost their way and they're in trouble, and I don't think so. Company doesn't need the 30, especially when they're moving games. They're moving games for the 70. Yeah, but you're creating a false dichotomy, Windex. Just because they sell their own games and make good money on them on other platforms doesn't mean they also don't make tons of money on the 30%. What you're saying is absurd. The notion that, like, Microsoft doesn't want more money, you clearly aren't paying attention to the company if you think that. They're going to take as much money as they possibly can get. Any game they can get in their storefront, any game they can sell on their platform, any game they can get over there to do a 30% scrape on, they're going to do. They're not going to, like, egotistically, like, scoff at the notion of having more games on their sales front. You got to give Hell Is Us another shot. You parry the humanoids when they glow red, and the orbs you can parry when they flash white before the attack. Other than that, just block the other attacks. I thought the telegraphs were freaking terrible. And a 20 bomb comes from Pork Pie over here on purple. Just absolutely skyrocketing us to 241. And he says, hey YouTube, you like that lead that you have? It'd be a shame if I took it away from you. And that means I owe the purple platform 1 for the 25. We're now 9 away from the next milestone. Thank you so much, Pork Pie. I wonder if YouTube's going to take this one laying down. Pork Pie doesn't play around, and I'm going to have to gift back two purple right now, and I did. Every 25 I gift back. Thank you so much, Mr. Pork Pie. Well, I'll tag you in some videos on Twitter once I get started with Hell Is Us. You know I love digging into the mechanics. I had such a hard time deducing the telegraphs. It was too spasmy. I didn't like it. It felt clunky and annoying. And I've got people in the comments agreeing with me, and then I have people in the comments that are like, you didn't give it enough time, you should have kept going. I'm like, but it didn't feel good. I wanted to make it fun but not go crazy. Well, keep that energy, Pork Pie. Keep that energy. Gaps. Engineers are actively working to resolve the issue. Yeah, I can't see my teams right now. Literally every financial metric that could possibly be reported and known to man was given at the last PlayStation earnings call and was positive. So Xbox fans extrapolate it's over for PlayStation. Yeah, I don't see any evidence that they're in trouble. Angry Pete with the VIP says, my membership is almost ready for pre-K. Sorry, kids. Started school today, so it's on my mind. Well, that bumps the line to 242, and the contest rages on. It is now 20-21. Thank you so much. And a €5 super chat from Johnny Always, getting us past the halfway mark of the confetto for the super chat goal. Says, I'm not sure how Steam on the Xbox hybrid would work. Will it sell Xbox games direct? Would Xbox remove its own games from the Steam hybrid storefront? I don't think Xbox cares. I think their goal is Windows gaming devices. And they're going to count anybody playing on a Windows gaming device as an MAU for them. Maybe. They might count those as MAUs for them. I think they're also going to say, hey, I tell you what, the nature of this is that we're selling games in Steam and making money. We're selling games in our own storefront and making money. Who the frick cares where people buy the game? I think that's going to be their posture and their attitude. Sony isn't or doesn't want 70. Same can be the same, by the way. How was Echoes? Echoes was not good. Here's the thing, Windex. You're saying that they don't want 70. That's not true. These companies enjoy getting 70 because they're putting their games in other places. PlayStation's putting games in Steam. Xbox is putting their games everywhere. They're perfectly happy to make that 70. Shuhei Yoshida is a big refutation to what you're saying. Shuhei did an interview, and he said, porting games to other platforms is like printing money. The cost to port is incredibly small compared to the money that you can make, and they're only making 70 when they do that. They're making a 70%. They're 100% happy to do it. They make money. And 70% is, this is tough math here. Ginger's put it in chat, but 70% is higher than zero. 70% is higher than zero. Not sending it over there means you get nothing. You send it over there and you get 70. Lono, pronounce it like Crosswood. Shuhei Yoshida. Hiraki Titikai. Freaking Astrocross trying to say Hiroki Totoki was one of the funniest things I've ever reacted to. Hirokai Titikai. I was like, huh? It's like a Japanese name gave Astrocross a stroke. He was like, eh. It's like, I can't do it. I love Cross, and I mispronounce things all the time, so it's like a short guy making fun of a short guy, right? I don't think Astrocross is short, but I am, so you get the joke. Anyway, That 70% is part of what gets reported in their earnings as part of top-level revenue roll-up number. It is absolutely important to them. Yeah, I don't get why anybody would think it's not important. Don't matter. Porting games to a dead platform is stupid. All right, well, okay, let's take this, King Deuce. Let's take this idea. You think porting games to what you call a dead platform is stupid. Okay. I think you're being hyperbolic, because approximately 30 million consoles is a lot of people. That certainly isn't dead, even though it is shrinking and not doing well with respect to market saturation. That's a lot of people, okay? Also, if PlayStation views them in that weakened state as, number one, not a threat, number two, evolving into a Windows gaming device that will be able to sideload Steam, they're likely saying, you know what? This is just more money. We've got corporate directives from Hiroki Totoki and others to maximize reach and sales. Why would we not do this? It's not going to hurt us. It's not going to hurt our brand. And there's a hype train going on Purple. Now's the perfect time to throw in. If you guys have been wanting a gift, if you've been wanting to push this number, we're 8 away from the next milestone. You guys got a little bit of time to roll that hype train over. It's at a level 5 already. You got a minute and a half, Twitch. So you might want to wake up and kick the tires. Your renewals count, by the way. Do those renewals, do those primes right now. Just a thought. After your experience, I played Hell Is Us on easy and got to experience the exploration and all that without the combat being a big pain point. Caps lock posting does ruffle my feathers. A little bit, sometimes. Yeah. More money for PlayStation to make more high-quality PlayStation games that eventually go to more places. Seems like a winning strategy with rumors of 300 million budgets for these games. Well, the rumor for 300 million budgets is very unique. I mean, that was a Spider-Man situation, right? And there's a lot entangled with that. I don't think that the average budget going forward is going to be 300. I think that's an outlier, personally. Unique to Spider-Man. Saying Xbox is dead made some people mad in chat. Do you mean saying something inflammatory and exaggeratory made people respond strongly? What a shocking revelation. Yes. You've truly cracked the code to getting a reaction to people on the internet. Wow. I didn't see anyone respond to that. Who got mad? King Deuce. Can you list a single person in chat that got mad at what you said? Who got mad? This is something that I've noticed in commentary on these situations. Somebody will say, this person's really mad, and all they did is respond. They respond. Some of you are like, what do you think about this? And I'm like, yeah, I think that's fine. That's something here. You can tell he's mad. And I'm like, what? Huh? What you talking about? They wouldn't need PC if the massive users get it. Again, you're framing the argument in a disingenuous way. Nobody's saying they need PC. Nobody's saying they're going to PC because they're not getting enough sales. Let me explain. Let's say that Spider-Man 2 broke every record on God's green earth, and Spider-Man 2 sold twice as many copies as what it currently has, right? It sold 50 million copies in a year. Do you think shareholders, C-suite, and bean counters are going to say, you know what? We have made enough money. Let's not do anything with that piece of property. No. They would say the opposite. They would say, wow, that did really well. Even more reason to expand the reach of the game on PC and make more sales at a fraction of the development cost. Why? because porting is extremely inexpensive compared to the overall development budget of the project. As Shuhei Yoshida indicated in an interview, you're printing money. So your argument is not even remotely in the realm of reality. There isn't a world where PlayStation's like, we made enough sales, boys. That's enough money. We don't need to put the game anywhere else. In fact, I think the greater popularity of the title would create a stronger impetus for them to say, well, port that over to PC. That thing went crazy. It's really popular. Do you see? Like, that's why I'm like, your argument's just not even rooted in reality. It's like none of these companies would do that. They would not be like, we've made enough money. Now, the method of making the money is what's being questioned. People have argued for a very long time, rather erroneously, that if you just put a game on more platforms, you make money, period, end of discussion. Apparently, when you're talking on Twitter, I didn't know if you guys were aware of this, if you say end of discussion, you don't actually have to engage in dialogue and back up your statements with, facts, evidence, analysis, logic, reason. You can just speak platitudinously and then just say end of discussion, and then that's the end of the discussion. This is a bit of a cheat code, so use this sparingly, but you guys can win all of your Twitter arguments now with those 3 words. Just say end of discussion at the end of your tweet, and then the other person's like, oh, he stinking cheated. Oh, I can't say anything now. So a lot of people have argued this for a while, that if you put the game in more places, you will automatically make more money. Okay. The pure ignorance of this idea and position, it's just so drenched in ignorance, it's hard to discuss it because you're just going to end up sounding mean and condescending. But I'm going to try. The fact of the matter is, the method of game development pitted against profit margins is complex. So anybody speaking sweepingly about this or speaking in a reductionist way, they're not engaging in an actual discussion. They're engaging in marketing. They're just parroting marketing. Because anybody that would look at this would say, well, every game is different. Every development budget is different. Every time to market is different. Every bandwidth availability, like the bandwidth budget of the studio, it's different. So no, you don't automatically make more money just because you put your game in more places. Let's do a thought experiment. Imagine if right now they were building and putting the finishing touches on Yote, and somebody walked in the room and said, Johnson, did you see this tweet on Twitter? Apparently, we are stupid. You automatically make more money if you put a game in more places. So right now, delay the game and put it on more places. So I want you to take this game and I want you to put it on Nintendo Switch 2 and the Series S and the Series X and PC. We're going to make more money, Johnson. If only would have seen this before. And Johnson would say, you're an idiot. That would be his reply, and then he'd get fired. But the point is, it would elongate the project. It would suddenly complicate development significantly because you'd be trying to take a game designed for the PlayStation 5 to the Switch 2, to the Series S, to the Series X, to the my hand motions, all right? I need room. You take it to the PC. Okay? And you're increasing your spend significantly. Oh, and you're probably going to have to hire people. You're probably going to have to hire people who are really good at, porting games to Nintendo Switch, for example. Or you're going to have to leverage one of your studios and have them eat up money, eat up production cost, eat up time getting the game ready for these other platforms. And your hope is that the time it takes for that to happen is not greater than the amount of sales you're going to get. Because it could get really expensive, and then the increase in sales that you get in some watered down version of Yote on the Switch 2 and Series X and Xbox, and then obviously the PC version would probably be fine. But again, it would take some time to get it there. That would cost money. So that's why when this situation comes up and people are like, oh, no, they're going full slate, everything's going day and date, no more exclusives. It's like you're not actually analyzing the particulars of how these games are developed and brought to market. You're not. You're just speaking in platitudinous nonsense. You're speaking marketing speak. I got to parrot what Daddy Xbox says, so exclusives are bad and exclusives are going away and this is where the industry's going and I mean, you could hire a parrot to do this for you, I guess, and then go on vacation, but it isn't true. You don't look at any of these projects, you don't look at any of these studios and see any evidence of them being like, oh no, yeah, we're completely restructuring because when you put the games in more places, you make more money. Like, people say things like this all the time. Thank you, Behemoth, for a $36.99 super chat. I appreciate you very, very much. Good to see you in chat, Behemoth. And that puts us one away from the super chat confetti goal. People say this sort of thing all the time. You're seeing this dialogue a lot right now. Well, all these companies care about is money. It's all they care about is money and profit. Then I guess my question would be, why have both Nintendo and PlayStation done something that, according to the really deep logical thinking of Twitter, why have they been doing something that actively makes them less money? I'm straining to hear an answer. There's no answer because they're not doing that. They're not actively choosing to make less money. They have a strategy in play to maximize the money that they can make because these situations are complex. If the path to making the most money was just having every single studio making multi-plat games, then wouldn't everybody be doing that? Wouldn't everybody be doing that? I mean, if you just automatically make more money, all of these shareholders, all of these C-suites, all these bean counters would be saying, what are you doing? Every studio should be a multi-plat studio. I mean, I read on Twitter a very compelling tweet that said if you put games in more places, they make more money, period, end of discussion. I mean, it was very winsome argumentation, and we apparently are leaving money on the table. The shareholders would not sit idly by and be like, oh, that's fine, just leave tons of money on the table. Continue to have studios making games just for our hardware. Do you see? It's like both Nintendo and PlayStation are, according to this logic, losing tons of money. I've not been compelled that that's true. I've not been compelled that Nintendo and PlayStation are just foolishly making less money and foolishly for the last 5 years, PlayStation has just been foolishly leaving money on the table. If they would have only just put their games everywhere, if they only would have had their developers doing multi-plat development of these games all this time, they'd be making more money. I haven't seen a compelling argument for this yet. I haven't. Now, Shuhei Yoshida makes a far more compelling argument when he says porting games to other platforms is like printing money because the cost to port is so small compared to the development cost. Do you see how that's like a very, very happy relationship? You keep development costs down by having a very narrow focus and the game is only built for one platform. And then you spend a small amount of money comparatively to port the game to PC. That right there is a compelling argument. That maths, it adds up. It's like, nope, that makes perfectly good sense. That stands to reason. That's logical. That adds up in my mind. Like, what he's saying makes far more sense than sweeping platitudes about like, oh, well, making a game for more places, you make money. If that's true, then why is the market not representing that? Why is the market representing very, very heavy amounts of nuance? And there's indie, There's AA. There's titles that only build for PC. There's titles that only build for Switch. There's titles that build for 2 platforms, 1 platform, 3 platforms, 4 platforms, right? Like, the market is demonstrating a heavy amount of nuance and range and difference within this subject. So if someone is telling you otherwise, you should be asking the question, why? Why are you saying something that doesn't represent the market as a whole? Where's the nuance? Where's the differentiator? Yes, household multi-plat games, sports games, monolithic titles like Call of Duty, yes, they make tons of money by having their game in multiple places. It's one of the reasons why Call of Duty is hitting PlayStation 4 one more time this year. Why? There's so many people there. If you're not getting that level of nuance and you're not getting the admission that no, sometimes you actually make more money by not making the game for multiple platforms. Sometimes you make more money by making the game for multiple platforms. If you're not getting that level of nuance and you're just getting these like sweeping remarks that don't really represent reality, like you and I both know, you can look at the market right now and you can know that that's not accurate and that's not true. Ask the question, why would somebody be saying this? Why would somebody be giving me a false representation of the market? What's to be gained by doing that? What's the purpose behind this? Helldivers 2 is literally the example of a game having the potential to be made for multiple places and sell well. The game just has to actually be good. If it doesn't mean every single game will do well. Well, for sure, you could make a game for multiple platforms and make billions. You could make a game for multiple platforms and go bankrupt. You could make a game for one platform and go bankrupt. There are plenty of games right now that only hit Steam. So their budget's relatively small, bandwidth is small, market spend is small. You know, they're only on one platform, and they'll crash and burn and fail, and you'll never hear about them. They haven't made a game that the masses will play. That's why GTA wins, Fortnite wins. I don't know who you're referring to. Who's they, and what do you mean by wins? Wins what exactly? Matrix with 7 months of subs says Sony going third party since most PlayStation owners skip first party games. 77 million sold, only 7 bought a game. Sony first party sold more on sale. Yeah, you're just pushing utter nonsense from the people that think sales ratios determine success, which we've already dealt with that bankrupt logic earlier. I don't feel like repeating myself. Buy a calculator is what I would say, and then add up all the people on Steam, Xbox, PlayStation, and Nintendo, and then do a ratio of all multi-plat games and realize what you're saying is nonsense, and then be better. Confetto made by Gavin. How well do you think Helldivers 2 will actually sell on Xbox? Imagine selling Halo or Gears DLC is more valuable to Sony than a port to Xbox, just guessing. I mean, I think that's probably part of the Halo collaboration, right? They're trying to get that audience to warm up to the idea of like, hey, you're getting the game late, but like, hey, we're doing some Halo stuff. I mean, I think it's a smart play. The PlayStation identity won't matter as soon as the Xbox brand transitions to PC, because once that happens, PlayStation fans have no one to brag to. You understand that the vast majority of the people who buy PlayStation don't give a frick about any of this stuff, so what you're saying is, again, just nonsense. Like, the irony of couching everything in a console war and acting like, well, as soon as that's gone, PlayStation loses its identity. It's so ironic. You're speaking from the perspective of a console war, acting like you're above the console war. Like, your entire statement presupposes that console war is part of the identity of PlayStation. I don't have words for how ironic your sentences are. Like, if you think PlayStation's identity is fans being able to brag to Xbox users on Twitter, I mean, you are lost in the woods. That is not where the identity of that platform came from. That's not why they have so many consoles in circulation. It's not why they've been so successful this gen. Yeah, that's what I've been playing on PlayStation all these years. Yeah. Like, your starting position, your presupposition is that there's a console war and that's PlayStation's identity. That being your presupposition to then conclude that, well, it's all going to be over and PlayStation's not going to have an identity is just so drenched in irony. It's like, oh, okay. I owe you guys a member, by the way, over here on YouTube for the Super Chat goal. I'm going to start another one. Gears of War official X account says Gears of War E-Day is out 2026. I thought we knew that already. Or was that, maybe I'm doing that thing where a leak becomes headcanon. That's entirely possible. That a leak about Gears of War E-Day's launch time, maybe that's headcanon. I don't know. Maybe that's my false headcanon is what I'm meaning to say. I thought we knew for a while it was 2026. Official announcement had no date. I think it was leaks that have infected my brain about the topic. I think leaks made me think that it is. It's 2026. I don't know if we ever actually had official word, though. It was leaked, but they just confirmed it. Okay, right. No. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I thought we already knew that, but I'm probably misremembering. I'm remembering a leak, and it's become, like, assumed headcanon, which is very dangerous. Like, people do that all the time with leaks. They're like, they told us this. And I'm like, no, they didn't. That was a leak. That happened in Destiny all of the time with leaks about weapons. They told us we were going to get this weapon. And I'm like, no, they didn't. That was a leak. It's easy to do that. Guys, really quickly, if you're watching on YouTube, do me a favor and smash that like button. Try and get us to 300 likes really, really quickly. If you haven't done that ritual, sometimes you got to double check. Make sure it is saving your like. Like, sometimes it just won't do that. It's a little awkward. I don't know why they make that such a struggle, but... Yeah, I mean, I've got a good point being told to me here, is that, like, putting games in more places can lessen the PlayStation ecosystem proposition. If the user base dwindles, third parties will be less inclined to dev for PlayStation. PlayStation gets the most money from third parties. Like, having a big and thriving user base, you know, is important. They make a ton of money on third party. That's why people that were, like, looking at those sales charts and they were like, oh man, the number of Xbox games at the top of the chart, that's probably got PlayStation feeling a certain kind of way. I'm like, yeah, they're probably feeling like, this is great. We're making more money than we ever have on third party sales, which is where they've made the bulk of their money the entire time they've been out. Like, they're like, oh no, that thing that's been true for a long time, that we make most of our money from third party, we're doing it more. Oh no, what will we do? What a tragedy. We've made more money on third party since our existence, and we're now making even more. It's a crisis. People are like, did Lono just switch to, like, halftime speed? What the heck? There's like the idea that, like, there was a time where that wasn't the case. Not enough people are buying the games. How can you have a console that sold 77.8 million consoles and only 11 million or 7 million people buy a game? Yeah, I know. We've already dealt with your complete and utter inane logic. Like, your argument is, you don't have an argument. You're speaking in sort of like cliche bumper sticker statements that work really well on Twitter and podcasts where no one gets challenged. But like I said, if you add up the total number of people that can buy a multi-plat game, and then you look at the ratio of sales, your argument is that all those games are also doing terribly. Is it the same 7 million? Yes, your argument also presupposes that every single person that bought Spider-Man 2 is the exact same number of people. Like the 38 million people that have purchased Horizon, you're like, oh no, it's all the exact same people that always buy the first-party games. It's like the dizzying and arguably stupid logic from people that say, well, more people are playing Call of Duty, they're putting more hours into Call of Duty than they are exclusives. Therefore, people don't buy consoles for exclusives. I don't have words for how stupid that logic is. I really don't have words. You're literally saying a game that is designed to get a lot more engagement hours is getting more engagement hours than a game that's not designed to get that level of engagement. Therefore, no one's buying consoles for exclusives. That logic is brain dead. Like, yes, more players put more hours into Call of Duty than Spider-Man 2. Oh, well, people don't buy consoles for exclusives. That's called a logical leap. That's called a non sequitur. That's not a logical line of thinking. You're not going in an orderly, reasonable way. You're going, oh, more player hours in Call of Duty, therefore people don't buy consoles for exclusives. What? Like, where? Huh? Your argument's missing the key components of an argument. Namely, it's missing an argument. There's no argument there. You're just taking a stat and interpreting it in a particular way. Well, more people play Call of Duty than single-player games, and more people play Call of Duty than the exclusives, so people don't buy consoles for exclusives. Oh, okay. I better make sure and go tell my nephews that they don't realize that even though they bought a PlayStation 5 for Spider-Man, the fact that they play Call of Duty more than Spider-Man means that they didn't buy the PlayStation for the exclusives. They're too stupid to know why they actually bought the device. I mean, they think they bought it for Spider-Man, but the fact of the matter is that's not true because me think differently than them. Like, what? Smooth Jazz with 27 months. Had a tough time at work earlier this year. All was resolved and is good now. Dude just outed himself on Facebook. Liars being caught in lies. Oh, well, I'm glad that happened for you. It's funny how that works, right? It's funny how liars can't stand the test of time, but truth always does. It's really interesting. It's really interesting how that works. AOZ says, with that same logic, every person on PlayStation needs to buy every game that is released on PlayStation. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, little do my nephews know that they bought the PlayStation 5 for Spider-Man 2, but the fact that they haven't purchased God of War 2018, God of War Ragnarok, Ratchet & Clank, Returnal, Ghost of Tsushima, Horizon Forbidden West, Death Stranding 2, that the fact that they haven't pre-ordered Ghost of Yotei, if they haven't done all those things, then yeah, they've proven that, you know, the console's a failure and that exclusives don't make people buy consoles. Or we're engaging with a very stupid bad faith argument that's rooted in tribalism instead of like actual analysis of what consumers do and looking at the actual data points and the revenue reports and the earnings calls of PlayStation. Maybe, just maybe, they know what they're doing and they're having great success with their current plan. Like, same with Nintendo. Can you please read my last statement? Can you please read my last statement? If you'd put the energy asking me to read your last statement into just retyping it, you'd probably get it read. Lono, do you think the next-gen Xbox in the graphic settings will be like a PC or will be as it is now? As far as we can tell from the leaks, it's going to be some type of a PC console hybrid. So it will likely be, and this is just based off the rumors, it will likely be stronger than current Xboxes and more expensive because its purpose will be very, very different than the current consoles that they're selling. that we don't know enough, but I think surface level we know enough to say, yeah, it's going to be stronger, and then likely in accordance to being stronger, it will also be more expensive. If you guys haven't hit the like button yet, please do so. Hit 300 likes. We need 25 more. How many people on PlayStation actually buy a first-party game at full price instead of on sale? You're just throwing out numbers without any context. So, for example, we have the number from the court case. 38 million copies of the Horizon franchise have sold. And you think that we need to do a deep dive into how many of them purchase it at full price versus when they go on sale. Okay. I thought the original argument you were making, which you seemingly have abandoned that now, which, good for you, by the way. You've abandoned a stupid argument, which is a step in the right direction, right? Arguing attach rate is got to be one of the dumbest arguments I've seen made in gaming discourse. So thank you for abandoning that argumentation, because it's stupid. You're now arguing that we need to know when the game was purchased to determine its success. Like, well, a bunch of people might have bought Horizon on sale, so therefore it wasn't successful. What number of versions of Horizon needed to be sold at full price versus sale for you to consider it a success? Like, what percentage? So 38 million copies have sold of the Horizon franchise. What percentage needed to be sold of the 38 million at full price in order for you to deem it a success? Like, what's your metric here? You're just making up your own measurements of success in math. This is a deep dive into your world of measurements where 2s are 8s and inches are centimeters, right? What percentage of the 38 million Horizon copies sold needed to be purchased at full price in order for you, oh great czar of success, determine that Horizon was a success? Like, give us your deep, thoughtful analysis here. You've obviously put a lot of thought into this. So thoughtfully lay out to us in your mind how many copies of a game have to sell at full price for it to be considered a success. I mean, let's look at all games. I mean, do you apply this level of scrutiny to every game that comes out? Like, you see a game at the top of the sales charts, like, let's just take Death Stranding 2. We were told that it wasn't charting and it wasn't doing well, and to our shock and surprise, that wasn't true. I can't believe that something was being circulated and repeated ad nauseum that wasn't true. It's very strange that happened to such a degree. But here we are. And yet, Death Stranding 2 did very well and charted. So, in your mind, when you saw that, were you like, well, I wonder how many people borrowed money from their aunts to pay for it? Or, like, what other metric are you going to throw out there to be like, well, it wasn't successful? Are you going to do attach rate on PlayStation again, even though you've conceded that's a bad argument? Are you going to argue how many people bought it at full price? I mean, well, it's only available at full price when it first released. It's not on sale yet. So, like, what argument would you mean? I mean, because according to your logic, it seems like every game is a failure. It seems like no game is successful. No game has incredibly high attach rates, given the number of devices that are out there that can play multi-plat games. So no games are successful according to your metric. It sounds like to me. It doesn't matter how many they sell. Maybe they bought it at a discount. It doesn't matter how many copies they sold because they've got way more consoles in circulation than sales. And what's interesting in this discussion is I'm asking you very basic questions and you've gone totally dead quiet. It's almost as if you don't have an argument. You just speak in very well-practiced platitudes that you got from somewhere else that you've put zero thought into. You just repeat them. Right on time, if PlayStation sold 77.8 million, less than 30 or 25 million should have bought a game instead of 7 million. Yeah, just a made-up statistic to land the plane of your predetermined conclusion. What an absurd thing to think. Like, I can't tell you how, insanely out of touch you are to think that you need to get like a 40% attach rate in order, like a 30 to 40% attach rate in your mind in order for a game to be considered successful. Brother, you are so far out of touch, you're floating above the earth. You're not even down here with the rest of us. That's not even close to reality. There's not a company alive that would think along those lines. Well, if we don't get a 30% or a 40% attach rate, pack it up, boys, let's go home, we suck. Exclusivity is dead. We didn't make enough money. Like, you're clinging to this idea. You are so woefully out of touch. That's not what anybody expects from game attachment rates. It's just some way to win points in an internet fight. Nintendo's Mario alone sold 45 million copies without even counting sales. I mean, if you're going to cherry pick a stat, which Mario are you referring to? Are you referring to the Mario Kart attach rate that was considered anomalous and unusual and abnormally high? Is that what you're doing? You're actually arguing against yourself, by the way. If you're going to argue attach rate of Mario Kart World to justify your position, you have just sawed off the branch you weren't even really standing on because your position's so thin. But you just sawed off the branch you're standing on, brother, because that was cited by industry analysts and people that look at these things as this is incredibly unusual. And 2 gifted members come in from Spanish Inquisition PhD. That's a nice setup for a 5-bomb to get us to 250. It's going to go to 46, though. Armed and Dangerous, thank you for 36 months over here on YouTube. That makes it 23 to 22. Look at that. The back and forth continues between the platforms. Nintendo games sell way better compared to PlayStation, selling 77.8 million consoles. Okay, so let's say Tears of the Kingdom lifetime sales. Tears of the Kingdom has sold over 20 million copies worldwide. Okay, so if we take 20 and we divide it by the number of people who could have purchased it, roughly 13%. According to your logic just a little while ago, Tears of the Kingdom failed and flopped. Womp womp. Do you see? Do you feel it? Do you feel it? It's like creeping in the corners of your vision right now that you're wrong. Like 150 million Switches, 150 million people could have purchased Tears of the Kingdom, and they got like a 13% attach rate. What a disaster for that game. Oh, what an embarrassment. They didn't get a 30% or a 40% attach rate for Tears of the Kingdom. What an utter abject failure. Or maybe your argumentation's dumb and that your position is completely erroneous. Maybe. Maybe that's the fact. Nintendo games by themselves, so way more compared to PlayStation. So now you're moving the goalpost because your claim has been falsified. Predictable. It's predictable. Yeah. 20 million copies of Tears of the Kingdom. I'm pretty sure PlayStation has a couple games in that ballpark. So you're also factually incorrect. A 5-bomb comes in from PSL. He takes the bait and he lands the plane at 251. What I always find so interesting in these discussions is how it's like you're standing in the batter's box, missing every ball going by, insisting that you're hitting home runs. Like, it's truly amazing to watch. You're taking what I say and twisting it into your own narrative? You mean I'm reading what you're saying at face value and responding to it? Oh gosh, what a horrific thing to do to you. Nintendo games by themselves sell more than compared to PlayStation. So that was your retort to me falsifying your claim. I was like, well, according to your logic, Tears of the Kingdom was a failure. And instead of conceding that your logic and your reasoning is bankrupt and dumb, you move the goalpost. And you're like, oh, well, they sell more copies. Okay, that's a goalpost shift. That's you conceding that your point was falsified by just switching to another one. Also, the difficulty with your position is that Tears of the Kingdom selling roughly 20 million copies is well in line with some of the better selling PlayStation titles. So you're also factually incorrect. So you're not only factually incorrect, you're also logically conceding that your point was falsified by shifting the goalpost to another argumentation point. So look how far we've come in your incredibly intelligent argued point. We've gone from 77 million PlayStations, they don't sell enough copies of their games, and when we compare that to Nintendo, because you were praising them because of Mario Kart World's attach rate was seen as anomalous and very high, you thought that was normative and representative of how Nintendo games sold. When we actually analyze that with, basic calculation math, that's why I said you should just get a calculator. It would really help you in these discussions. We realized that Tears of the Kingdom had like a 13% attach rate. Therefore, according to your own logic, we just argued that Tears of the Kingdom was a failure. And instead of conceding that argumentation and logic is actually stupid and bankrupt and dumb and just a talking point uttered by, fanboys on podcasts and Twitter, instead of conceding that point, you just move the goalpost and say, well, Nintendo sells more copies of their games, which is actually factually incorrect when you look at some of the better selling copies of PlayStation games versus some of the better selling copies of Nintendo games. And when you concede that, the goalpost has shifted and you're moving the argument and actually saying something that's not even factually true, you now say that I'm just twisting your words to fit my narrative. Like, you used Nintendo to make a point to compare to PlayStation. But you also spoke something that wasn't true. Like, you're not saying things that are true. You're using measurements that you're not using consistently. So, you've eaten up enough of my attention. I've had fun. But we got to move on. We've got to move on. So you've got your attention. You've got your back and forth with me, and I think the average person that's good thinking and reasonable will see whose argument was better, and we'll leave it at that. All right, we'll leave it at that. I owe you guys a member over here on YouTube. Hang on one second. I'm going to the wrong channel. There we go. I want some attention, says James MZ. There you go. Okay. You weren't trying to sound like a fanboy? What did you say, Hunter? I was talking to somebody else. Oh, you said the PlayStation identity won't matter as soon as the Xbox brand transitions to PC, because once that happens, PlayStation fans will have no one to brag to? I've got news for you. Listen, the ponies will still find plenty of people to fight with. They'll fight with, there's a lot of Xbox guys that are suddenly talking about how PC is the best platform. It's really weird. It's really weird how that happened. We went from, Series S will run circles around PlayStation 5. Series X is going to have more teraflops. So now, PC is the best platform. Really weird how that happened. I mean, but yeah, the ponies will have plenty of people to fight with. Don't worry. The PlayStation 6 is going to be a real hoot. The PlayStation 6 is going to be a real hoot. We're going to hear for years about how it's not going to be strong enough and it's going to have a bottleneck and then we're going to hear that it's a scam, and then we're going to hear that it's not the best and it's not the most powerful. You just have to spend $3,000 and you can have a better experience. Believe me, brother. That fight is never ending. It's never ending. You got to learn to laugh at it or it'll make you crazy. You know, some of these guys are crazy. You know who I'm talking about. I'm just kidding. I don't know. It's true. I upgraded my PC last year, and now it's the best platform. When my PC was running a 15-year-old CPU, it was my Xbox One. My Xbox One was the best. Yeah. That'll be a continued argumentation. Spanish Inquisition, you know, which platform is bad, and this platform is the best, and blah, blah, blah. Like that. That's not going to go away. It's not going to go away. Don't you worry. Don't you worry your pretty little head. These tribalists, they need something to fight about. They do. They got to. Yeah. It's part of their identity. For decades, the best combo is a PlayStation with a PC. I could see somebody feeling that way. Yeah, that for a while now, a PlayStation and a PC was a really good choice because the Xbox games have been going to PC, day and date for a while. Yeah, I could see somebody feeling that way about it. Can we argue about teraflops now? Sure. Yeah. Go for it. We have an upload that hit a little while ago. The PlayStation 6 versus the next Xbox console. It's actually kind of on subject that we're talking about right now. It's not a super long video either. So if you guys feel like watching that and then, coming back here, feel free. I'll post a link in chat. You don't have to go watch this if you don't want to. But, yeah, it's a good little video. It's like 5 minutes long. And it's about sort of the future between these two platforms, the PlayStation 6 and the next Xbox. So if you feel like it, go give that video a little bit of a bump and give it a comment. Let's read through some of the comments right now. All Things Infamous says, I don't want to think about PlayStation 6. I'm happy. How do I get to my comment section beneath all these suggested videos? Oh, here we go. Says, I don't want to think about the PlayStation 6. I'm happy with my Pro and my backlog. I mean, I think that's fair. That's fair. All in good time. You don't have to buy the next big thing. You don't. You don't have to buy the next big thing. You can wait. You can wait. You guys want to be featured on this video in this live stream right now? Use that link in chat. Go watch it and leave a comment. Make sure you actually watch the video, though. It's not long. It's only 5 minutes. Unicorn Katana, that's a great name, says, the PlayStation 6 is rumored to be about 3 to 4 times more powerful than the current base PS5, but use less energy overall at the same time, which sounds promising. Alongside a new portable handheld console releasing shortly after the main console, I think it will do fairly in sales and reception. Handheld should come before the PS6. Just FYI. Just FYI on that. Moore's Law has got the timing of that wrong. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to say anything further than that. We're being a little bit careful with some of the information, but he's got timing incorrect there. Handheld comes before the PlayStation 6. It will not be labeled a PlayStation 6 handheld. That will not be its label, and that will not be its purpose. And I do not think, as Obster saying, the PlayStation 6 will come out in 2027, I do not think that is true either. I think the earliest we see it is late 2028. I don't think you're going to see it in 2027. PlayStation 6 targeting 99% of the console market where price is the most important factor. I don't agree with this, by the way. It's not the most important factor. If this was the most important factor, the Series S would have sold better. Xbox targeting the 1% that don't care about cost. They're looking for more power. If price was the most important factor, I feel the Series S would have sold better. I don't know if that's the most important factor. It's a factor. I think that's fair. I think one of the factors of console is price, but I think it's more about convenience, right? It's more about convenience. If it was just price, then I think Series S would have crushed it. Price is the wrong word. It's about value. People pay for good stuff. They are getting good stuff. Right. it's the combination of price and convenience that communicates that value. It's very convenient to buy a console and just hook it up to your TV. Xbox might come earlier because of the Series S. It wouldn't surprise me if their hardware push comes earlier. Yeah. Killer Dude says, I cannot even begin to make my brain think about next gen yet. Please don't release this thing until 2028. I think 2027 feels too early, so I tend to agree with what you're saying here. Newest comment first here. No Bloodborne 2, no PS6. Stop it. Quishanger says, the Xbox... What? The Xbox OF, okay, mops the floor with the PS6, and it isn't my opinion, it's facts. It'll have the new OS, as well as the openness of a PC, so you have stuff like Steam. Yet it'll be more money, but you get what you pay for. Probably true. But PS5 was largely, what was it? It was, what did people do? They underestimated it. Yeah. We've been here before, right? We have been here before. The PlayStation 5 was significantly underestimated. People were out here talking about how it wasn't going to be strong enough, it wasn't going to be good enough. If you guys want, the video that they're commenting on is linked in chat right now. If you want to give that video a watch and then give it a comment, you might get featured in this live stream. But yeah, I mean, we've been here before. We've been in this scenario where like people are acting like the future PlayStation hardware is going to be, it's going to stink, it's going to be weak, and the Xbox is going to be stronger. I mean, yes, I think that the Xbox PC console hybrid, I think it will be stronger. It needs to be if it's basically running that gamut of games. But I don't think that's going to matter as much because we've been here before. People were looking at the raw data of the PS5 and they thought that it wasn't going to be that impressive. Digital Foundry has had to admit many times that they underestimated the PS5. It has outperformed their expectations because looking at raw data sheets of hardware is never, ever the full story. It's never the full story. It's a very, very sort of narrow and shallow way to look at what a console can do. People look at consoles the way they look at a PC, and they're like, oh, well, the raw power is what matters most. What is going to matter most in the performance of the PlayStation 6 is Project Amethyst and the relationship with AMD and what it yields within machine learning and AI. That's going to matter so much more in this discussion. It's not going to be all about the raw power anymore. Cerny warned us about this, and he was right. What did he warn us about? Brett. If he says someone type it in chat, I'm adbound. What's your favorite game right now just to play solo on your own, even outside of stream? I am loving First Berserker Kazan on beginner mode. It's just such a fun action game. There's been numerous situations I've been in. I just did like the Trial of the Sword section of Kazan. I know for a fact that environment would have tilted me because there were so many instances where you were getting like absolutely stun locked, spammed, guys from range, guys jumping you. But on beginner, I can survive those fights. I can adapt. I can get away instead of constantly having to die and rerun the environment. I've never been a big fan of getting to a new area and that being what happens. And I have really, really enjoyed First Berserker combat and the game itself on beginner. The combat feels so good, Trill. And if you're not wearing, if you're not wearing the Executioner armor, I don't know what the frick you're doing in that game. Because healing off of those obliterates or whatever they're called is so fun. I go as high as I can on like stamina damage. I'm trying to stun everybody I can, and then I heal off those whatever they're called, the deadly blows or whatever they're called. The Executioner armor is so amazing for that. Cerny addressed teraflops not being an accurate measurement. That's what I'm getting at, for sure. I finished Mafia Old Country. Combat mid. Story's good, though. Yeah, I've seen high praise and middle-of-the-road praise for Mafia the Old Country. Yeah. The skill expression in the game is amazing. Really is. Learning the rhythm of an enemy that's kind of frustrating you, and all of a sudden you're like, bing, 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 and then kaboom, you nail them with punish and you put them down. Feels so good. Let's go back to the comments here on this video. Okay, we don't have any new comments. This is a video running on the channel right now, the PlayStation 6 versus the Xbox Next Console. There is a link in chat if you guys want to watch it. Give it a like, give it a comment, and then come back. That thing needs get it that first 100 likes and leave a comment, and then you might get featured in this video. Excuse me. Mafia Old Country is good, but so linear that you rarely get to explore, and there's nothing really to do post-game. I just found the setup and the systems and the depth and the breadth to be very slow and robust for a 10-hour game. I've got some people submitting questions. This is something that you can do as a member. Elohim says, wellness change Destiny at all? I have no idea what you're asking me. I don't know. I feel like Destiny's doing a little bit better because they fixed some of the frustrations. Guys, double check right now if you've been watching and enjoying the stream today that you have hit like. Hit that thumbs up. Make sure it saves. We need 15 more likes. Let's roll it over to 300. Minchtree has submitted a question. Since hardware is important to PlayStation, do you think that they will lessen the time games go to PC, which might harm console sales? Listen, I know that Detective Seeds, said that he had heard from somebody at Nixus that they were pushing PlayStation games to hit PC 6 months later. Like, that's the push. That's the goal right now. I don't see that being very common, if you want my honest opinion. I think after what happened with Spider-Man 2, I think they're going to go back to 18-month intervals, personally. Here's why. They never get to leverage the game on PS Plus before it even goes to PC. That seems stupid. Like, a year later, throwing it on PS Plus makes perfectly good sense. You add to the value of PS Plus. You reinvigorate people's attention. That's also a great time to drop DLC that they might pay for because they got it on PS Plus. And then 18 months later, you put it on PC. There's too many games that don't fit that mold. Eugene says, I don't even know what game would be 6 months. Yeah, I just don't think there's games that fit that mold. If they're doing DLC that doesn't fit, if it's more complex, if they really tapped into any of this stuff that they're doing with the PS5 Pro or the PS6 or the AMD stuff that they're utilizing on the new consoles, the machine learning, I just really don't know. I don't see a game being like, yeah, let's port it 6 months later. Boom. The only non-ported game is Death Stranding 2 that could be in the window, and that will be quickly on PC anyway. And that was likely always the goal. Now, there were people giving me pushback, and they were saying, well, the tools are better now. The tools are better, Lono. They could bring the games faster. Okay, can we apply that logic to Spider-Man 2? Spider-Man 2 came to PC like 15 months later, and it had a bunch of problems. You think you're going to cut that number to less than half? Spider-Man 2 is the third Spider-Man game to be ported to PC. If they didn't figure out how to do a better job in 15 months, how in the world are they going to do it in 6? Moore's Law actually said the handheld would drop first. In his initial video, that's not what he said, Dark Taco. He said it would come second. Maybe he's corrected himself. Initially, his video said that it would come second. That's initially what he said. You just got to hit the optimized port button. Yeah, just hit the button. Oh, his follow-up content. Okay, well then that makes perfectly good sense because that lines up with what I was told. That lines up with what I was told. I was basically told, yeah, we're looking at We're looking at a handheld coming second. Yeah. The first AI porting studio will get it done easily. What studio are you talking about? Oh, are you saying that you think there will be a studio that enters the picture that can do AI porting and they'll be able to do it that quickly? Okay, maybe. I don't think that's happening right now, and that's not what we were told. We were told that Nixxes said this. Detective Seed said that his contact at Nixxes told him the goal and the aim is to start getting games over there in 6 months. Again, I think there's either wires crossed there or there's particular games they have in mind. And I don't know what those games would be. I don't. PlayStation has such a multifaceted approach. You have China Hero Project. Those are published games. PlayStation doesn't own the games or the studios. They're working with Chinese developers. Those games hit PC and PlayStation day and date. They're trying to grow in the Chinese market. Then you have second-party relationships like Kojima Productions, and you have exclusive deals, and you have things like Helldivers and other things where they clearly don't own the studio, but they've got a great relationship or they own the property, right? There's a bunch of things in second-party. Then there's their first-party PlayStation studios that are seen as tentpole. They're driving the platform. They're representing the platform. They're ambassadors. They are meant to show off the hardware. Coming over to this funnel and being like, we need to get those games on PC in 6 months. It just doesn't line up. All of my observation of sort of the breadth of what PlayStation has at their disposal and their sort of multi-pronged approach, it would be really weird to go over here and disrupt that and be like, no, we need those games going to PC in 6 months. It's like, what? The way they market, the way they use PS Plus, the way they've used porting companies up to now, the results they got from Spider-Man 2 going over after just 15 months, and you think they're going to shrink the window to 6 months? I've got a massive amount of skepticism and doubt about this claim. I'm like, somebody's got their wires crossed. I don't think Seeds is making things up. I think he was told this by somebody. I think this person has either crossed wires, misheard something, or it's about something in particular that we're unaware of. Like let's take Yote as an example. That would mean Yote is going to PC in April of next year. Unless they somehow made discoveries with Tsushima's port so they could lay groundwork so that the job to port it is incredibly fast, that would be odd to me. Now, I don't care either way, but I think that would be a significant shift. To be like, you just got to wait 6 months. Now, PlayStation might say, sure, the YouTubers, the Twitterverse, the talking heads, the Reddit, the tribalists are going to say, haha, no exclusives, no reason to own a PlayStation. And PlayStation might say, who gives a frick what those people say? They're buffoons. They got no idea what they're talking about because they don't represent the market at large. They're the narrowest slice of the entire market. They're just a bunch of clowns, console warring on the internet, going, ha, no need to own a PS5. And the rest of the gaming world is like, who? Who is that? Who's that person? Oh, their video got 50,000 views? Great. There's like billions of gamers across the planet. There's millions of people within the ecosystem of PlayStation that don't give a frick about any of this stuff. Like, nobody in the general public is going to be like, oh, my long-standing history with PlayStation, my enjoyment of consoles, I'm going to throw all of that out the window because 6 months later, a game went to PC. So now I'm going to spend a lot more money, leave my library behind because I'm happy to wait 6 months for something. Again, even if they do it, as long as the port is quality, go back to my original tweet about this very subject. I quote tweeted Detective Seeds. And what did I fixate on? Quality. I was like, that's a threat to quality. You're not going to get a quality port. It's going to go over there and have problems. It's going to have issues. It's not going to be optimized well. It's not going to run well. It's almost assuredly going to have issues. That's such a small window of time. My issue is not, oh, that really devalues my console. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Do you want to know why? It increases potential sales of a franchise I love. Get it first, if it's made first for PlayStation, and I get it first on PlayStation, and I feel like, hey, they tapped into the hardware I purchased, my Pro, in the future, my PlayStation 6. If they're tapping into the hardware I purchased, if they are, in my estimation, making good on the value proposition that made me a customer, I got no complaints. If they harm the game in the process, if quality goes down, if problems increase, if optimization goes down, if bugs increase, then I have an issue with that. It's not like, oh, my console, my precious console. I don't give a frick about that. I've encouraged people to buy Returnal and Ghost of Tsushima. I was in support of Helldivers 2 going to Xbox because it feeds more money into a funnel that gives me good products. I'm in support of that. These guys that are dooming all over Twitter about this, I don't think they're zoomed out on this enough. I think they're hyper fixated on this narrow reality where they're like, this is exactly what Xbox did, and they're looking at it through one shade of a lens. They can't see it any other way. And I'm like, listen to me. If you can maximize Sucker Punch's return on Yote by going to PC 6 months later, and it doesn't affect quality of the game, and the guys on PC get a very, very high quality port, and it increases the sales, that doesn't affect me in any way. It doesn't. It cements Yote, it cements the Ghost franchise as a stronger franchise in the catalog of PlayStation, and it creates an incentive to reinvest in Sucker Punch to make another game. I think the lion's share of the consumer base is completely oblivious to this. They don't see any of this nonsense. Oh, I bought Yote, and 6 months later, it went to PC. Oh, man, I wasted my money on this PlayStation. I should have spent way more money, left my library behind, and then waited 6 months to play Yote. The average consumer would never utter that sentence. They just wouldn't. I would see better incentives for PS customers, though, in spite of this new strategy. Give us white glove service. We've seen a ton of cancellations and removal of services this gen. What do you feel like has been removed? Can you please read my last statement? What I meant before, for the next Xbox, in the graphics settings, you can change things like a PC. Or will it be simple like now? I have no idea, brother. I think if you're sideloading Steam, all the settings that are there on Steam will be there. Some things will be grayed out because maybe you don't have certain things. Like, I don't know. Like, there won't be DLSS. I mean, that'll be grayed out, right? It more than likely will be an AMD card, GPU. But I would imagine if you're sideloading Steam and booting up a Steam game, the settings menu will be there, with certain things grayed out dependent upon what the hardware is inside the Xbox device. Pac-Man says, too many numbers, but I'm glad PlayStation will stick with self-focused hardware for strat. That is my hope. That's my hope, is that they stay to that. Raphael commented on my latest upload about next-gen comparisons between Xbox and PlayStation. To me, it's going to be very interesting to see what Mark Cerny is cooking with his latest technology. Can't wait for these machines' performance. FSR4 gives me hope for the PS6. FSR4 gives me a lot of hope that relationship's going to go well. Both the PS6 as Citizen JV, both the PS6 and the next Xbox will definitely be stronger than what we have now. They'll probably have awesome new chips that use AI to make the graphics look super real with smoother motion and better picture quality. Also expect faster storage that makes loading times disappear so game worlds feel huge and seamless. They will likely aim for amazing detail even on 8K TVs and try to make virtual reality and augmented reality a bigger deal in gaming. I don't agree with the ending. I don't think they're going to push harder into virtual reality and augmented reality. I think the key is better image quality and faster lighting and rendering. I think that's the key, is they want better image quality by way of faster lighting and rendering. Like, your image quality is going to improve if they can do those things in a faster, more efficient way. Like, I think that's kind of the ticket. And that's why I've continued to say we should think in the realm of image quality. not like native resolution or like raw power. It's all about the image quality that you're getting. And because Digital Foundry, like Ollie and Mark Cerny, were in agreement on this point that increasing and improving and refining image quality is what honestly matters the most. It's not about like, oh, but the native res. Oh, no new episodes uploaded to Spotify. Yeah, it was probably because Creature was out of town. That should all get rectified soon. So, if you guys listen on Spotify or iTunes or any of those locations, those episodes will be a little bit more slower. The paying for better customer service was weird for the PS Gen, but both companies canceled too many games. I don't think canceling games is bad customer service. I think it's good customer service. Canceling Concord before it came to the market would have been better customer service than shipping it. Canceling Marathon instead of shipping it when we know it's not in a great place and probably going to fail and flop, that's good customer service. Why clutter up the storefront with crap? No. They cancel games all the time, according to Shuhei Yoshida. And that's a form of customer service. I'm not expecting Sony to share profit and losses with me, but I would love to see some PlayStation-only stuff. If a failed game is canceled, they can't mock Sony for being woke. This is true. Marathon will be 40. No idea. I believe that's the current plan, is to make it be 40. Broken Lobo submits a question, and he said, just wanted to say get good and glad you're enjoying Kazan. I am not going to become a proponent of difficulty settings in games, but I've become a pretty big fan of difficulty settings in games because Kazan is so fun and so satisfying, and I don't have to deal with, oh, a new area and I'm unfamiliar with it and wham, I'm dead, got to go back. Like, that flat tire nature of those games, I just find that to be exhausting. Not because I'm not good enough, but because it just feels like a big waste of time. It's like, I know I can get good. I know I can figure out the rhythm of this area and location of enemies. I know that I can do that. It's not that I can't. It's that it just doesn't... I just don't enjoy being like, well, got to hoof it back through this area. You know, I got jumped by 3 people. Or, man, that guy was really hard. Or, you know, oh, I didn't quite understand his telegraphs just yet. It's like, to me, having room to adapt in the moment and overcome is more enjoyable than the run back. Does that make sense? I think it's the run back that kills my endurance. It just kills me. I'm like, I can't do it. I want to feel that sense of progress, and the run back takes away from that. That was one of the biggest complaints I had with Wu Chang. The run back to bosses were intentionally made to be irritating, and I find that to be frustrating. Ghost in the Garage says, White Glove, name me a console that gave you several SKUs of PS5, a great handheld variant, an amazing VR, award-winning games, great third-party support, and a subservice. Broken replies and says, these are all fair points, but I'm not just talking about hardware that are optional and may not appeal to me. I think what Lobo's asking for is a bygone era. I think the era of like, hey, here's PlayStation-only stuff, I think that's a bygone era. You're not going to be getting like these exclusives like they had in Harry Potter and stuff like that. I just think that's going to become less and less of an investment because I don't know if they feel the need to do that. I don't know. We dad gamers, bro. The easy mode's better for us. It helps Lono enjoy the tapioca pudding. I don't know if I'm nursing home level casual yet, but I'm definitely like, I would like to make progress, And a lot of these games, there's just a flat tire that happens. And it's like, well, I would just prefer play something where I feel like I'm making progress. And First Berserker Kazan is so satisfying. You go back to areas, you do side quests, you get points from clearing those areas. There's collectibles, there's exploration, there's gear, there's crafting. It has such a great sense of progression. And on the harder difficulty, I think a lot of that will get short-circuited for me because of the runbacks, because of the flat tires of like, yeah, well, you weren't familiar with this area just yet. You died. Got to come all the way back. Had to edit my comment for better brevity. The last part of my comment was not meant to be in there. My bad. You're fine. Are you talking about the question that you submitted? I have a friend who loves that game. I'm going to have to check it out. They love First Berserker Kazan. It's a pretty long game too. Like, I'm moving at a pretty good clip. I'm at like 25 hours and I'm still only like 73% through. You're easily going to get into 30 and 40 hour range. Especially if you play it on like normal difficulty, it'll take longer. Your fail rate will go up. You'll be in boss fights in areas longer than me. But man, it's fun. It's such a fun game. On beginner, it just feels like a really fun action game with a heavy emphasis on parries and dodges. And since I love those, and I love parries especially, it's just very satisfying. It's very enjoyable without the, the frustration of it really is the runbacks is what it is. It's the runbacks that kill me. Big time. So, not having to constantly do that is a very welcome thing. Could we get 10 more likes really, really quickly on YouTube? Get us to 300 likes. I need to take a very, very brief break. We're going to keep going. We're going to see if we can't get on pace and get that to 300 today. We'll keep talking. We'll pull stuff up. If you guys feel like there's stuff in the gaming news that you want me to react to or talk about, feel free to get that primed and ready to go or use the question command. All right, I will be right back. He's running because I reminded him of the pudding. Yeah, I had to go get some. I had to go get some. Even Battlefield 6 is offering exclusive PlayStation content. I'd like to see things like that to continue is all. It's a business model that works everywhere. I actually don't like when they do that. Yeah. Yeah, I don't like when they do stuff like that, where like you can only get certain things on PlayStation, like when they did that with Hogwarts. I'm actually kind of critical of that. I don't think that you should do that with video games. I think if it's a multi-plat, it's a multi-plat. Everybody should get everything. I've never been a fan of that. Like if you go and you buy the same game that I buy, but you bought it on Steam or you buy it on Xbox and I bought it on PlayStation, me getting more stuff, I've just never been a fan of that. Yeah, they did it with Destiny. Historically, they did it with Call of Duty. I've never been a big fan of that. If you're a third-party company, you're making a multi-plat game, and you're putting your game in multiple places, all those places should get the same product. Because I can't make a good argument from the consumer's perspective why it makes sense that we both spend the same amount of money but you get less stuff. Like I've never really seen the logic or the reason of that. Like I try to be equally pro-consumer and pro-company so that they both live in the symbiotic relationship where they both benefit from the other's existence. This is why, demonizing companies and demonizing profit, I think is ignorant, because the property doing well and the profit going up actually is good for consumer, because then consumer get more stuff, right? So I think there's a relationship there that has to be healthy, which is why I've been accused of being, a corporate shill, because when people are kind of banging on some of those drums that are like anti-corporation, anti-profit, I'm like, that's kind of silly. Well, in this vein, I can't think of a good reason to be like, oh yeah, we all bought the same thing, but I got more stuff because, I'm over here. Prices and quality vary in everything that we buy. A bag of Doritos is more at Target than at Walmart. Well, see, now you're talking about price. You're not talking about the product itself. If you buy a DVD at Walmart and I buy a DVD at Target and we both bought the exact same thing, but you get home and you get like more. You get more stuff. I'm like, well, we both bought the same thing. What the heck? Like, why does it matter that you... That's just my opinion on this. I've never been compelled. Feel free to try to compel me. I've never been compelled that it is beneficial enough to the business to do such a thing that I believe is harmful to the product itself. I believe it's harmful to the product itself. To have the product showing up in a way that's inconsistent, I feel is damaging to the product. I fail to see the difference between the same items costing more and slightly different items costing the same. You fail to see the difference? You just said the difference. One is having to pay more dependent upon the location that you go to because of whatever deals they have or whatever. The other is we both bought the same product. We both bought Hogwarts Legacy. But because you bought it on PC and I bought it on PlayStation, I got more stuff? That doesn't make any sense to me. The way you're running the analogy, Eugene, you would have to argue that the people on Steam can get it, but they have to choose to pay more if they want. That's how your analogy breaks down. Yeah, you can get this. You got to pay more. The guys on PlayStation get it bundled in. Well, then it's up to the consumer to decide if they think it's value laden enough to prompt the extra purchase. And these guys over here are like, well, we got it bundled. It's not even available in that other store. That's the problem. That's where I feel like your analogy breaks down. The product's available in both stores in your analogy, and yet one store you got to pay more than the other. Yeah, different prices, exactly. The guys on Steam and the guys on Xbox, when that happened with Hogwarts, they didn't even have the option of buying it. It just wasn't available. I'm against that. I don't think that's the way I do not think that's the way a product or video game should be treated. I think all the platforms, if it's a multi-plat game, all the platforms should get the exact same availability of product. Now, if PlayStation wants to broker a deal where we get something bundled in with our purchase and Xbox and Steam don't get the bundle, that's totally fine. They still have the freedom as the consumer to choose to buy the thing that was bundled. Removing that choice from the consumer and saying, no, we brokered a deal, you can't get that mission, that quest, that location. No, they bought Hogwarts. Give them the option of getting that. I don't know. That's my opinion on it. I draw the line. Like, if you want to enter a deal where the game itself is timed exclusive, that's totally fine. The product is just not available over there. It's not available. It's only over here. Once you make the product available, it should be the product. It shouldn't be some altered version of the product or some sliced up version of the product. I'm not okay with that. I don't think that's a proper way to establish the relationship between the business and the consumer. You're modifying the product in a way that I think is harmful to value, because now the consumer's like, well, wait a minute, I thought we bought the same thing. What do you mean you got an extra mission? What do you mean you got extra stuff in your game? I hated it in Destiny. Well, hate's a strong word. I hated it in Destiny. I disliked it in Destiny. I dislike it now as well. Because I feel like it's a disruption. It's a disruption of the value perception of the consumer. Is like, well, why do I get a different version of the game? It's the same game. It's even listed as the same name. It's listed with the same price. From a business standpoint, the PlayStation ecosystem gave the developers extra money to benefit their consumers. Yeah, so bundle it in. Don't restrict the other platforms from getting it. If the other platforms have to pay for it, that holds in that business exchange, AOZ. It holds. Yep, PlayStation's paid this money. Devs could do more. Devs give more. Bundle it. If Xbox and PC wanted that extra stuff, you could have made it a $5 DLC. Being like, no, your version of the game is different. That's been ripped out of the game. It's not available. I'm not okay with that. No, it's the same product. You are manipulating the product. To me, that's what you're doing. You're manipulating it. You're modifying it. Why? Why? Because this company paid money? Take it further. Take it further. The game ships on Xbox and doesn't get a performance mode. They get a less than product. It's less than. It's been modified. It's not as good. Do you remember? And be careful so that you're consistent here. Do you remember when PlayStation was concerned they would get a lower quality version of Call of Duty if Microsoft owned it, and that was a concern that they had for their consumers' sake? Gee, it's almost like they were concerned that the product was going to come to market and not be at the same quality for their consumers, which is literally what we're talking about. It's the same product. Why is it less quality over there? Why has it got less stuff? Costco gets special versions of products. Been modified and cheaper. I fail to see the difference. Well, the difference is that you pay a subscription to get into Costco. I didn't pay a subscription to get access to Hogwarts Legacy. I bought a console, but I'm not paying a subscription. That would be like saying, well, if you buy a Samsung television, you get access to these extra shows on Netflix. But these guys over here that bought Sony TVs or Toshiba TVs, they don't get those. We're both paying for the exact same subscription package on Netflix, but my TV gets access to more shows than your TV. Like, what the frick? It's the same product. What are we doing? Like, why do you get more than me? Why is yours better than mine? If I'm paying for the product and you're paying for the product, we should get the same product. Now, if you want to bundle things in and I got to pay extra, okay, fine. That's different, because what you're doing is you're establishing that, like, well, we paid some money so this could be bundled and save our customers some money. It's still available over there if you want to buy it. The PlayStation Store is paying for content for their customers, which is exactly why I think it stays logically coherent. If they paid for it, you get it bundled. This platformer here didn't pay for it. So if you wanted that extra mission and that extra NPC in Hogwarts, it would have been $5. Well, why is it $5? Well, PlayStation paid money so their consumers would get it bundled. That's a service to their customer. Not being able to even get it on the other platforms is what I have an issue with. If you're shipping your dadgum game over there, ship it over there. Cut the shenanigans. If you want to enter into an exclusivity deal, that's completely different. That is different. That the product's not even available. But to give them an altered version of the product, I'm like, what? Listen, nobody's persuaded by this, by the way. This is not something that's working like it used to. No one's like, well, I'm going to buy a console because of this minor alteration to the product that they get over there. The average consumer had no idea this was happening with Hogwarts. Only the most engaged users knew about this. Don't you think the most engaged users, you've already secured their loyalty? You need to win it over with... Also, let's just think about it like this. Is it worth the money? I feel like PlayStation should be spending their money on things that are better. You want to give me spiffs? You want to give me bonuses? Don't give money to Warner Brothers so that I get an extra mission and an NPC. That's stupid. Invest it in something else. It's not even a good investment. It's like, what did you spend the money on? An arena and an NPC? That's it? If you're going to spend money bringing me some spiffs and some perks, you know, maybe more game trials, maybe more demos, maybe more games on PS Plus. I don't know. It's obviously worth the money or they wouldn't keep doing it. They're doing it less, I would say, which probably stands to what I'm saying, that it's a bygone era practice. It's not really as common. They did it with Hogwarts. They haven't really done it since, have they? I don't feel like they've done this since. They're doing it with Battlefield 6, for sure. But I feel like they've gone a pretty long while without doing this. I'm not arguing it doesn't make them money. I'm arguing a principled position. I don't think that you should be shipping something in an altered state so that consumers are both buying the same product and getting a different product. You want a bundle over here, but I got to spend the $5 to get it. That's fine. You're not altering the product. You're bundling. Bundling is different. You buying Hogwarts and me buying Hogwarts, and we get we get different products. I'm not okay with that. I don't like that. I feel like it's in a very specific category of product alteration that I don't agree with. That's the best argument I can put up with it. I mean, I don't think we're going to see eye to eye on it. I don't think we're going to agree, but yeah, I don't like it. I feel like it also leads to passive deception. I think people get misled. It's very easy for somebody to see a commercial and see something for Hogwarts and be like, oh, that looks really cool. And then they get the game and they don't get the stuff because they didn't read the fine print or they didn't realize they were watching a trailer for PlayStation. I think there's passive deception that comes from this because the average consumer doesn't have that ability to deep dive into the fine print and know that, like, wait, I thought I saw a trailer for this, or I thought I saw a commercial that said I was going to get this and I didn't. Oh, well, yeah, you bought it on the wrong platform. Sorry. Yeah, you both bought Hogwarts, but you don't get that. Same thing with Destiny. It drove me freaking crazy. It was like, wait, we both bought Destiny. We both purchased the new content. We both purchased the new expansion, and I don't get a gun. I don't get a strike. That's bull. It was bull then, it's bull now. You're altering the product. I don't like it. I disagree with it. I didn't like it when I was on Xbox, and I don't like it now that I primarily play on PlayStation. I think it's bygone era practice that is corrupting to the artwork. It is a corporate level intrusion. That's what I think it is. It's corporate level intrusion into the artwork. Company made something, company has this thing, bring it to the market, value proposition with trailers and artwork and advertising, and then some consumers get an altered product because there's corporate level intrusion going on. On some streaming services, some movies get special extras and behind the scenes. Yes, but you're at that point, you are going and subscribing to a completely different service. If we both subscribe to Netflix and I get more stuff than you because of my television, that's what we're talking about. We're both buying Hogwarts. But because the hardware we're playing it on, I get more stuff or you get more stuff. No, I don't agree with that. If we are both subscribing to Amazon Prime, now there's regional things that conflict with availability of programming, and that's a completely separate subject. We're not talking about region locks and things like that. That's a contractual thing that's not about what we're talking about. We are talking about corporate level intrusion. The corporate level is saying, hey, spend money, make the game have more on our platform. It's corrupting to the artwork, in my opinion. You're ripping pieces of the art out and only making it available to one platform because the C-suite wants, exclusivity in play. That's my issue with it. Think of it this way. They bundle games all of the time later on, and somebody gets everything I paid for at less money. And it's the same principle. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with me buying a game on PlayStation and getting more stuff bundled because PlayStation did some deal. And if you buy it on Steam and Xbox, you'd have to spend an extra $5 or something to get the extra Hogwarts mission and the extra Hogwarts NPC. How's a console lock different than a region lock? Well, we're not talking about a console lock. We're talking about altering the product before you get it. The region lock things that happen with like your version of Netflix in the UK is different than my version. That has to do with external contractual realities, and certain programmings and certain things don't have distribution rights in certain regions. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about like a corporate level of intrusion where like, hey, we brokered a deal with Warner Brothers. Our platform gets extra stuff. Those platforms can't get this. I understand where you're coming from, but I don't mind a company paying extra money so I get a special version of a product, or saying the director's cut's only available here. And I keep coming back to paying the extra money so I get it bundled is not disruptive to the art, because if it's available on the other platforms but costs money, I believe the integrity of the product has been protected. The consumer still has access to it. It's just, oh, I don't get it bundled. They obviously had some kind of a contract deal. They get it bundled. Okay. It's like, I think Target sometimes does this. They have like the Old Spice bundles that are like specific to their store. So when you're in the store, maybe you could buy, the deodorant and the shampoo and the body wash, and it's bundled and it's cheaper. Well, it's specific to that place. It's all bundled together. And if maybe you're at Walmart, you can still buy those items, but they're not bundled. You got to buy them separately. Like, to me, if the product is hitting both stores, it should be the same product. You want to bundle? Fine. But don't withhold pieces of the art because of a contract. That's a utopian ideal. I mean, you got to allow me some. I'm usually very pragmatic and very corporate minded about these things. This is why I get called a corporate shill. But I hold equal parts in my hand. I take up for the consumer when I feel it's necessary, convictionally. I take up for the corporations when I feel it's necessary, convictionally. And in this situation, the scales tilt and tell me art is being messed with. Consumers are being passively misled in the value proposition. I'm not okay with this. I don't like it. This is a little off-brand. That's right. It's not fair that other countries' work per hour wages aren't the same as the U.S. But now you're talking about economics globally that are affected by currency exchange rates and costs of living. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about a product that's being altered prior to the consumer getting it. And it's art. Games are art. Don't mess with the art. Don't do it. You want to bundle, but don't give people less than over there. I don't know. Convictionally, I don't like it. I immediately recoil. I'm like, whoa. If games are art and the consumption of the art and the value proposition of the consumption of the art is important, I believe the integrity of that should be protected. And you shouldn't be giving them the same product with pieces ripped out of it because of some contract. They should get the same thing. Or, again, the availability should be the same. Maybe you bundle, fine. Bundle. I got Hogwarts with that cool stuff bundled. Cool. Thank you, PlayStation. That side over there doesn't get it bundled, but it's available to them, so the integrity of the artwork is protected. They can still get it all if they want it. You should clip this. It's good convo and would generate goodwill. It's hard to generate goodwill with people who have none. What's this liberal nonsense I'm hearing? Every banana should be worth the same. No, I'm not saying no, worth and value are subjective to the consumer. I'm talking about availability. If I decide to sell the product in two different stores and this store pays extra and they're like, hey, we want to bundle some stuff in there. I'm like, okay, that's fine. And this store over here is like, well, we're not going to bundle. We don't want to pay for that. I'm like, that's fine. The consumers are able to get both products. They can both get it. Being like, no, don't sell a piece of the product over there to them. Oh, what? Why? That's withholding. It's the act of withholding. It's like I'm taking a piece of the product away from these over here. I'm not bundling. I'm not messing with price. I'm not giving a sale discount or a bundle. I'm removing a piece of the product. It's incomplete. It's incomplete. That's my issue with it. It's now not the same product. You're selling something different. That's it. That's my issue with it. It's like you're not bundling or giving a discount or a sale. You're removing a piece of the game. Extras eventually went everywhere. Well, of course, yeah, sure, but still, we both bought the same product and you got less stuff. I'm not okay with that. I'm not okay with that. There is something in me that gets provoked by that. It makes my hackles raise. I'm like, wait. A friend of mine bought the game on Steam. I bought the game on PlayStation, and he gets less stuff. He doesn't get this stuff. Huh? Can he buy it separate? No. I'm not okay with that. We didn't buy the same product at that point, even though it's labeled and listed as the same product. They already released the Hogwarts extras? Yeah, we're not talking about that. We're talking about the point of sale. We're talking about the point of sale. It to me, the value proposition is I'm being sold Hogwarts, he's being sold Hogwarts, pieces of Hogwarts have been taken from him, and they're being included in mine, and I don't like that. They should be given the option to purchase. I'm missing something here. Some unspoken idea that you have that is making this so much different than exclusives generally. Can you show me on the doll where the missing strike hurt you? Yes, Zubair. No. Here's the difference, Zuby. If you cannot purchase the product, okay, there's no opportunity for you to buy something under a false pretense or to be misled or to buy something that's less than. It simply isn't there. I'm able to buy Spider-Man 2 and you are not on Xbox, okay? If we're both able to buy the product and pieces of it have been removed so you don't get the same thing, I find that to be inherently dishonest. There's a level of dishonesty there. It's like they're not getting all the stuff, and yet they are under the impression they are buying the same product that I am. And I don't like that. It's like, nope, Consumers are both buying the same thing. They should get the same thing. You don't make it available, that's fine. They're like, no, it's not available over there. Can't get it. But if they buy it, they should get it. They're buying the same art that I'm buying. We're both buying artwork. We're both buying, a piece of art that has been put together by a company, and I don't know. That's why I feel like it's different. So if the Xbox version was titled Hogwarts and the Sony version was titled Hogwarts: A Complete Edition, would you be okay? I mean, I think that would remove what feels like latent dishonesty. It's not willful, but I feel like it makes people, I feel like somebody could feel misled. They'd be like, I didn't get all the stuff. My friend's telling me about this mission. I didn't get that mission. What the frick? We bought the same game. We spent the same amount of money. We both spent $70. Both the games are called Hogwarts Legacy. I mean, if there was some way to label it to where it was obvious you weren't getting the exact same product, I think that's my issue with it. Is, again, the perception is we're buying the same thing, but that's not true. That's false. We are not buying the same thing. That's an idealist POV. Whatever you want to label it. I think, again, the consumers are under the impression that they're buying the same thing, and they're not. And I don't know. That raises something in me. I'm like, wow, wait a minute, that's not right. There's just something in me that gets provoked by that. I don't know that it's subconsciously my disdain for anything that's even remotely misleading or dishonest. I've been told I'm too transparent as a streamer, right? I'm very transparent and open about, things that happened last week with gifteds and stuff. And people take me to task for that and call me all sorts of names. But it's like, I never want these things to be like hidden from the public or hidden from you guys. I'm very open about these things. Maybe that's what it is. There's just something deep within me that if something is, even the slightest bit misleading or dishonest, like there's something in me that gets provoked. And I'm like, nope, that's wrong. Don't do that. Like, I don't know. Yo, what's good, Kevin Cool? How are you? This is near and dear to my hardware heart. The 9060 XT comes in 8 gig and 16 gig versions that perform very differently, but they both say 9060 XT on the box. It's confusing for the uninitiated. Yeah, I would have a serious problem with that. That's blatantly dishonest. There's an inherent dishonesty to that, and I don't like it. I don't. Everyone should know what they're getting. And if you don't, or you allow consumers to be confused or ill-informed, this is why I would harp on a lot of these guys on the podcast and Twitter, using labels that are chock full of baggage and weight. The whole is it an Xbox thing, where I was very critical of people being like, it's an Xbox. And it's like, you are giving the consumer a false impression, and you frickin' know it. And I don't like that. It raises my hackles. I'm like, no, do not do that. Do not give the customer an impression they're getting X when they're getting Y. Don't you dare do that, because then you're getting value proposition. You're disrupting value transmission. Like, you're basically getting their money under false pretense. What games at different pre-order bonuses per platforms? Hang on. Pre-order bonuses. No, because if the pre-order bonus procures the purchase, that's proper value proposition and proper value transmission. They see what they're going to get when they pre-order, they get the thing. If you've got a generic commercial with pre-order bonuses and the small print at the bottom says not on Xbox, and somebody pre-orders on Xbox and doesn't get the pre-order bonuses, that to me, I wouldn't be okay with that. If it's different per platform, as long as the consumer is properly informed and they're like, oh, when you pre-order on Xbox, you get a green cape. When you pre-order on PlayStation, you get a blue cape. I'm okay with that, because that's a value proposition that properly communicates to the consumer what they're getting. They send the money in, they get the thing. They're properly getting the transmission of value that was proposed to them. You do this fine print crap, and you get people to buy something and they think they're going to get something and they don't. I have a problem with that. Do you fault the distributor of the product? Do you fault the maker of the product? I don't know who I'm faulting. I'm just saying why I don't like it. I don't know how to find who made all these graphics now, but I feel like a lot of the places made it very clear that the PS5 owners got versus the rest. Where on there? Hang on, I'm having trouble seeing. Yeah, so it says PlayStation pre-order exclusive, PlayStation pre-order exclusive, PlayStation pre-order exclusive. They have it like in parentheses below all the various items listed. You could argue against what I'm saying in that way, Sven. You could make a compelling argument and say consumers were properly informed. My pushback would be these companies know that the majority of the consumers are not going to the websites and looking at the fine print or images like that. They saw a trailer and they pre-ordered. They saw it on the homepage of their console and they pre-ordered. It's freaking Harry Potter. And people bought a version of Hogwarts that wasn't the same as others. And I don't like that. To me, I don't like that. There is inherent dishonesty there. It's like they were not properly informed that the version of the game they were buying wasn't equal to the version sold elsewhere. Unless they are landing on a page with images like that, they had no idea. The trailer showed the PlayStation had exclusive content too. Not trailers that they're going to see everywhere. Trailers on television, trailers on YouTube, trailers on their homepage of their console aren't going to tell them that. The exclusive mission was part of the marketing? Yes, and if they saw that marketing, they're informed. If they didn't see that marketing, they're not informed. Yeah. To me, again, it's a bygone era. I'm glad it doesn't happen nearly as often as it used to, because when it happened with Destiny, it would frickin' drive me crazy. I paid for Destiny same as you. I bought an expansion same as you, and I didn't get a gun, and I didn't get a mission. And in a game like Destiny, that actually has a pretty significant impact. Like, I didn't get Hawkmoon. Like, that's a gun that was cool and was fun to use and could have been effective in strategies or effective in PvP or what have you. And I know, and you couldn't get it. We both bought the same dadgum thing. And no, we didn't. That's the problem. You are not delineating that we're actually buying different products. You're not. To Zuby's point about graphics cards, labeling it the same when it's not the same, I have a problem with. We didn't buy the same expansions in Destiny. We didn't. Your expansion was different than mine. These are facts. We did not buy the same expansion. It shouldn't have been the same. It shouldn't have been labeled the same. Should have been titled the same. Same price, same name, different product. That's misleading. I'm never going to be okay with that. Like, what? We both bought the same thing, but I didn't get the same thing. Like, there's an inherent problem with that to me. I don't know. If you go and you buy microwave model X1000 and I buy microwave model X1000 and yours has more features than mine, I'm going to have a real freaking problem with that. Wait, huh? I thought we bought the same product. Oh, but you see, I bought mine at Target. Man, well, shut the frick up. We bought the same thing, I thought. Well, you got to look at the fine print. There's the X1000 Target model, and then there's the X1000 Walmart model. Oh, frick off. Like, that's, especially in Destiny, it was especially frustrating. It was especially frustrating. Because it was a literal weapon. It was like, what? We bought the same thing. This happens with Costco products. Aren't they in different boxes, different labels, different everything? Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm not familiar with what Costco does. I thought they actually procured completely different packaging and everything. What weapon was it? It was the Hawk Moon. It was a really, really cool hand cannon. The Strike was okay. It had cool mechanics. The boss fight of the Strike was actually kind of cool. You had to kind of like run back and forth from these electrical walls, and like in classic Bungie fashion, there were balls involved. What Strike was it? Something Mind? What the frick was the name of it? Something Mind. It was a Vex Strike. No, Dust Palace might have been one later. There was one something Mind, wasn't it? And it had a Vex boss at the end, and you had to run back and forth from the electrical walls and take a thing and slam it into a thing. Was it Undying Mind? No, it wasn't. Was it Nexus? Undying Mind, I think, was everybody got Undying Mind. Was it Sanctified Mind? The Undying Mind was a PlayStation exclusive Strike. Yeah, you got it. You got it. Sven got it right, and Dwayne got it right. It was Undying Mind. It came available to PlayStation players in December of 2014. It ended in autumn of 2015. It was a Vex Strike on Mars. It was a big Hydra. The strike involves navigating various waves of Vex enemies. You battle against the Undying Mind. It revolves around the Vex attempting to resurrect the Black Heart, the source of their power. Which, the Black Garden, the strike takes place in the Black Garden, a location previously featured in the main storyline. Like, yeah, that's pretty significant strike. Do you think we get more of Soros after Yote? I think the gameplay deep dive into Soros is actually, yes, I think it's after Yote releases. They like to wait. They don't have a problem announcing first-party stuff in random order, like Intergalactic and Soros. All these games were announced just kind of whenever. But when they're actually going to do like a deep dive, a state of play, a gameplay showcase, they kind of wait for the next big thing to come out. It's why they didn't really do anything with Yote until after Death Stranding 2 came out. You noticed that, right, with the state of play? Well, they're going to do the same thing with Soros. I don't think they're going to do this deep dive gameplay. Likely will be a state of play. I think that happens after Yote releases. So like mid to late October is probably when Soros has their day. Now, Soros could prove me wrong. They could go to Gamescom and show something. I'm thinking Tokyo Game Show. When's Tokyo Game Show? Isn't Tokyo... No, Tokyo Game Show is right before Yote. So again, I feel like they're going to use Tokyo Game Show to really, really drive home Death Stranding 2, Lost Soul aside, and then Yote as like a big push because Yote's about to come out. And then after that, we'll get our Soros deep dive into gameplay. So, yeah. The strike was but PlayStation could have kept it. Well, I mean, that's subjective, right? I mean, I'm sure there's plenty of people that liked it. This is an important message about your Netgear equipment. Your Netgear Orbi mesh Wi-Fi router has reached end of service. Okay. I mean, I need a new mesh system in the house anyway. Was it Nexus Mind and not Undying Mind? I mean, Google said it was Undying Mind. It might have had the name wrong. AI is not impervious to mistakes. Or I guess I should use the word immune. Soros details in quarter 4. Deep dive in quarter 1. We can't wait to show you more. No, they said they're doing a gameplay deep dive this year. No, it's not going end of life. It'll still work. They're just not going to push firmware updates to it anymore. It's not going to, like, shut off. Okay, worried about the 4-hour mark. We should probably shift gears. We are a little off pace. Yeah, I don't know how much time we have, though. I'm thinking here. Well, we could try and push for 300 and then extend. Obviously, somebody could go nuts. People have done this before with 50 bombs. Like, all of a sudden, we'll be at 300. But the turnaround has been incredible. You guys have really, really shown the great support, both through your renewals and your gifteds. It's been very, very helpful. I want to reiterate, if you were gifting with another currency, you can continue to do that. We have fixed the problem. Nobody should feel like, oh, I don't want to gift anymore. You know, no. That should not be the conclusion that anybody is coming to. So if you have decided to, like, stop or pull back or whatever, that should not at all be what anybody feels. Not at all. That has been rectified. You don't have to worry about that. That's for us to worry about. Has it been 4 hours? It felt like 12. The high boss where the Imago loop dropped, Echo Chamber. Yeah, I think it had the name wrong. I think it was Nexus Mind. It was something. It was something with Mind. It was something. Yeah, and Joker Quinn is going to poke the line here a little bit. James is going to poke the line. They're like, boys, we can extend. We can keep the stream going. We're at 253. Thank you. Pulling ahead there. 6 lead on Twitch. Oh, Undying was right? The walls move and instant kill you? Yeah, the walls go back and forth. Raphael is going to add one to the total. They might be trying to set up the 20 bomb dunker. Oops, what did I do? They might be trying to set up the 20 bomb dunker to 275. We will see. Thank you, boys. Little single train going here. And Stone Spire sets it up. Stone Spire is always setting up these 20 bombs. We're now exactly 20 away from the next milestone. We will see if anybody takes the bait, YouTube or Twitch, to secure the next milestone. I gift every 25. We are back to our core principles as a community, being generous, paying it forward, and gifting those members. I gift in return every 25. Same with the super chat goals. We'll start checking the feeds as well. Jess Corden says he was taken out of context as usual. I know that feel, brother. He says, I was asking the question to Rand as part of a discussion on Xbox's flagging hardware sales, but clipped out of context equals lit for engagement rage bait with fanboys and console warriors. All they got left is console sales. That's it. It's sad as F. Even Sony has moved on from this. Well, I don't necessarily agree that Sony's completely moved on from tracking console sales. I think we're halfway through the gen. I think they'll track console sales again at the beginning. You know, the first 4 years of the PlayStation 6 generation, they will probably track it again and monitor the trajectory. Like, internally, they're impressed with the PlayStation 5 sales because they anticipated it being lower due to not being able to be a mid-gen. They couldn't do the mid-gen sales reduction. Well, that tells me they still care. Shifting the focus on MAU midway through the gen is totally normal, right? Wizard with a Gun, Core Keeper. It's 1 to 8. You and Matt and the family could play it together. Yeah, I don't think Core Keeper would vibe with us, but Wizard with a Gun. I can't remember why we avoided this on PlayStation. I want to say we avoided it because it was a twin stick shooter and it's only got an 82. Madam's not always the biggest fan of twin stick shooters. We're trying that Dead Rogue game. what's it called? Somebody told me about it yesterday. And so we tried that one out. I think it's called Dead. Is it Dead Zone Rogue? Is that what it's called? I have to wonder why there was a hole in the Soviet training for twin-stick shooters. Didn't they say they switched to MAU focus for the PS4? Yeah, they said the exact same thing in 2017, Zubair. I highlighted this in the show last week. I was like, they said the same thing in 2017. Why? They were heading into the second half of the gen. That the shift was to focus on MAU. They're doing the exact same thing now. Like, to think, it's beyond comprehension to me that folks actually think a hardware company that's invested in Project Amethyst with AMD, another hardware company, that they suddenly don't care about hardware because of one statement from a VP that is largely in line with statements made in 2017. Like, it's astronomically insane that people are literally like, oh no, a hardware company and a long tail commitment and engagement contract with another hardware company doesn't care about hardware anymore. Do you have any idea what the share value of Sony would have done if the shareholders had the same level of interpretation as gaming Twitter? Shareholders of Sony would have been in an absolute panic if they would have interpreted those statements to mean, oh yeah, this hardware company is moving away from hardware. It's just dizzying out here, boys. It's just dizzying. They just released that they sold 80 million consoles. Of course, they are still tracking console sales. Yeah, they celebrate 80 million shipped. They celebrate how well they're doing, but they don't care about it anymore. It's like, oh my gosh. I keep saying that a lot of the problems with coverage of gaming is false binaries, false dichotomies, right? This is when people create a false either or. It's either this or this. They either care about hardware or they don't care about hardware. It could be both and. They care about hardware. It's doing really great things for them. They also care about growing their platform and expanding IP and putting games in more places. They see PC as a great place for that. Seemingly, these future Windows gaming devices, they also see as fertile ground. Maybe even the Switch too. It's both and. It's not this false either or that people set up all of the time. Colin Moriarty seems to think that the gap between shipped and sold is smaller than people think. See my last, says Joker Quinn. Hang on. Even just fell for the moving away from hardware thing. Again, I feel like people are falling for false either ors, and it's to their peril. I think it's just leading to bad conclusions. I really just don't think there's evidence for a lot of these very, very strong conclusions that people are coming to, because if they were correct, then Sony's share value in the last 5 days would have plummeted. Instead, it's gone up. 5 days ago, it was at $26 a share. It's now at almost $28. Like, it's gone up. A $2 jump in share value wouldn't happen if a hardware company came out and said, yeah, we're moving away from hardware. That would make your shareholders very skittish. They would want to see the new trajectories, the new predictions, the new forecasts, and the new budgets. There's none of that. It's things are going really, really well. Oh, and also we are looking to expand platform. We've got these ways we're going to be doing it with IP, with entertainment, with Bandai Namco. Like, but instead we get like, oh, but this one sentence though, and this one job posting though. So yeah, they're going this route. They're going to do what everybody else is doing. This is the way the industry's going. Blah, 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 blah. It's like, okay, sure. Let's put these predictions in the same bin, the same dustbin as the people that were like, the Xbox Series S is going to run circles around the PS5. That's the level of analysis you're getting right now. That's the level of predictions that you're getting. Whole slate, day and date, all things people are saying because like they feel like they're going to get a reaction and a rise out of people, right? Sky is falling, PlayStation's dead, blah, blah, blah. Listen, that's the level of analysis you're getting. Is that the Xbox Series S is going to run circles around the PS5. These predictions are going to look equally stupid in the future. They will. And they'll just start talking about something else. All the people that made those predictions about the hardware, where are they now? Well, they're just making more ridiculous predictions about where the industry's going based not off of analysis of how successful PlayStation's been, how successful Nintendo currently is being as well with the Switch 2. They're not doing any of that. That's all a direct repudiation of the nonsense they've spewed for the past 48 months about this. They're not doing that. They are echoing marketing of Xbox. That's what they're doing. The whole debate about calling a handheld an Xbox, the whole debate about, everybody's going to go third party, this is the death of exclusives. That entire debate is not being driven by market analysis. It's being driven by marketing. It's all marketing talking points from Xbox and Microsoft. You're trying to create a notion that what they're doing is both legitimate and forward thinking, and that everybody else is also going to follow and do the same. And when that doesn't happen, you're going to have to ask the question, like, at what point are you going to realize and wake up that you're not getting analysis? You're getting talking points. Sony, the hardware tech company, is folding up their hardware approach in the middle of their most successful generation to follow third-place Xbox into irrelevancy. Yeah, that's obviously what's going on, of course. All right, let's see. What time is it? Okay, I'm going to give you guys 13 minutes, and I like to do this sometimes. We put the stream in your hands. You guys can extend the stream if we get to 300, all right? You guys bumped it to 255. You're trying to tempt somebody to do a 20 bomb to 275. At 275, I owe a member. At 300, I owe a member. At 300, we're on pace. You guys got 13 minutes to push it. And currently, YouTube has a lead by 7. There are Xbox creators that are putting out that Microsoft should buy GTA 6 developers so the game can be on Game Pass. Oh, I don't think that's even remotely going to happen. That's not even in the realm of possibility. If there's one thing I don't think Microsoft's going to do in the near future is write any more really big checks for publishers or developers. I don't think so. I think they are 100% moving towards recouping ROI through publishing. I don't see them going this route of being like, let's buy GTA. Like, current estimate, Rockstar's value is over $20 billion. Like, yeah, I just don't think they have to me, again, they're signaling, Xbox and Microsoft are signaling that, like, they're now in ROI mode. They're in return on investment mode. That's going to be done through layoffs, through lowering operational costs, through pushing publishing, through pushing porting, getting their games in as many places as possible. And then I think that's tied into the deal with Helldivers 2 and a Halo collaboration. I think they see in the future we want to have a very good relationship with PlayStation. PlayStation putting their games in our storefront is key to this future. Glenn pokes the line to 256, trying to start a fire with a spark. Thank you so much, Glenn. Glenn went crazy. I believe it was Monday. Very generous already this week. Trying to extend the stream. You guys have 11 minutes. 11 minutes to get 44. We need 44 either gifteds, renewals, upgrades. Don't forget, you can help with this right now just by celebrating your renewal or doing an upgrade. Upgrades count as 2. We need folks to upgrade. That's been a huge thing we've been focusing on for a long time. GTA will be on PlayStation Plus and Game Pass in a year or 2. Yeah, I don't know how long they're... I don't know. Timeline of that is hard to predict because of just how insanely profitable that game would be. I could see them waiting almost 3 years. Okay, we have a date. Revenge of the Savage Planet, photo mode, habitat customization part 1, and performance mode. You asked for it. We're happy to deliver it. You will be able to select graphic or performance mode in the main menu. Go run at 40 FPS or 60 FPS on the PlayStation 5 and Series X and make your inner art director cry. 5 days from now on the 18th of August. That is exciting because that was the primary reason why Madam and I were not playing. Okay, I'm sorry. Revenge of the Savage Planet. It launched without a performance mode, and I was extremely irritated. Seemingly, it was because of their use of lighting. Like, that was kind of my guess, was that they went so crazy with the lighting. They basically shipped like a 4K ray tracing game, no performance mode. So, and it was a fun game. Like, Hilly and I played it on PC because I could get it for free on Game Pass. I paid for the game on my PlayStation, and the PS Plus catalog is getting Mortal Kombat 1, Sword of the Sea, Spider-Man Remastered, Earth Defense Force 6, Unicorn Overlord, and hang on. This is all happening next week. Yeah, Sword of the Sea comes out next week. That one looks pretty good. Earth Defense Force 6. Yeah, Unicorn Overlord and Atelier Ryza 3 Alchemist of the End and the Secret Key. I'm not familiar with that. Indica, Harold Halibut, Coral Island, Resident Evil 2, Resident Evil 3 Nemesis. They posted the same thing on their YouTube channel? Okay. All right, 8 minutes. We're going to go to the green room in 8 minutes. If you guys want to extend the stream, check those primes. Check your resubs. A great way to check your resub on YouTube is to hit the $sign. You may have a resub to celebrate. You don't even have to actually like gift or upgrade or anything. You may have one to celebrate already. Huh? The irony of seeing a tweet and it's like people are too sensitive, take everything too personal. I can't even say I like this. People are going to get offended. People need to understand that everyone has their own opinions and perspective. I really agree with that. The person's blocked me. I was like, yeah, they're making good sense here. That's a good post. Oh, you blocked me. So much for not being too sensitive and not liking when people have different opinions, I guess. Oh, Lord. I mean, that's this. That is it right there. That's a picture. I guess all that teasing from Insomniac was fun. Spider-Man Remastered on PS Plus. Yeah, that seems to be it. Seems to be what it was all about. All right, 6 minutes. 6 minutes. We're going to see if you guys try to pull off a buzzer beater. If not, we are going to the green room. I still can't set streams. I'm going to need to open up a ticket with them. I believe I've got 90 unique days, and they're acting like I don't. I'd highly recommend Alien Earth on FX Hulu for fans of the franchise. It looks like people are really liking it. 3-pointer, I win. For the buzzer beater, you guys are going to need 44 and 5 minutes. You guys could pull it off. I mean, there's some big dogs among us that can drop the bombs. We will see. We shall see. That'll put us on pace for the week to unlock Friday night. A stream where my wife and I hang out with you guys, and we have some drinks and laughs. Sometimes we play some games. Oh, that's a thing? Yeah. Not a bit. No. It's literally like I let you guys sometimes extend the stream. Like when we've gone for like 4 hours. It's like, yeah, we can keep going. I kind of put the stream in your hands. Or we just go to Green Room, and people who are at Member Plus and above, they continue to get content. They don't their day doesn't get cut short. And then what we'll do in Green Room is we'll kind of figure out what we're going to do tomorrow. I don't know if there's any other games releasing this week. We played Echoes of the End. We played the Hell Is Us demo. Let's see here. So August 14th. Dragon Drive doesn't look like it's doing very good on Switch 2. Battlefield 6 is going to have its phase 2 of its beta. Is Creature done with Green Room from now on? Yes. August the 15th is Bendy Lone Wolf, Supra World Off, Robot on Earth, Island Notes, Planetary. What is Off coming to Switch and PC? PC, Switch 1, and Switch 2. It's a very weird looking game. That's not what I was expecting. Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, it just wasn't in the cards to continue to do that anymore. Yeah. All right, 3 minutes. I'm going to go ahead and set up Green Room. It doesn't look like we're going to extend, which is totally fine. I always just throw that out there as an option. We are going to go to Green Room. Now, if you can't come to Green Room, I do have a video where you guys can support it. It's about the future PlayStation 6 and future Xbox, kind of the differences between them based off of everything that we are hearing. And we are gonna, I can send you to that as well. I'll put another link in chat. You guys can all go bum rush that at the end of the day. While there's a smaller group of us that go to Green Room, and the majority of you can go to the upload if you would like. It's acting like it made the Green Room stream. There we go. It took a long time. Okay. Sometimes YouTube pulls an error whenever you schedule a stream. It's really bizarre. Would it be possible then to get VIP Fridays back? Just you and him and us hanging out. I mean to ask that in the last town hall, but I forgot. You guys would have to be okay if we do that. If he comes to anything like that and we just kind of yuck it up and talk and hang out, it would get deleted. It wouldn't get unlisted. We can't let members-only content live on the channel because of how YouTube is treating the members-only content. Now, the hope would be they start to give us control over it again, and we don't have to do that. But, I mean, I literally had somebody, like, leave a comment yesterday on Green Room the minute it went unlisted. He was essentially boasting that he was watching it for free. Like, he was being smug about it. It was just like... So what we're going to do is continue to do what we're doing, but if we ever include Creature, it'll be something that we delete. It's not going to be something that we leave on the channel. It'll literally be a live stream just for paying members. I've been a partner now on Twitch for a couple of months. We're trying to figure out when I'll be able to set a stream to sub only. That's another conflict that we have right now, is that people can watch members only content for free on Twitch. We don't have that option yet. We're supposed to have that option and we don't. So we have structured the content rather heavily around a really, really great live show and then members only content. YouTube is going to have to make some changes for us to properly categorize members content going forward, because they don't. Like, YouTube completely detonated our entire business structure with this change. It's a site-wide problem. A friend of mine literally sent me a text message and he said, I went to a channel I'm sub to that's like a workout channel. He said, if you wouldn't have told me what was going on, I would have been very frustrated. It took him 5 minutes to find a video he could actually watch. All he could see is members only stuff. Like, his homepage was just littered with it. And it took him a long time to find a video he could actually watch. I sent a screenshot of that text message to my partner manager. I'm like, this is harming the user experience. You guys have got to give us control over this. It's not just harming what we're doing. It's disruptive to you guys. Like, you engage with the platform, you're opening up the app and you're just getting inundated with content that you can't watch. I became a member to Moist Critical for a couple of minutes to see his one video. I am still getting members-only content from him on my homepage. Sometimes it's years old. It's 2 and 3 years old. That's very counterproductive. Very counterproductive. If I was sub to him, that would be a motivation to unsub. It's like, well, I'm getting... You know, you're and again, Charlie's not even doing members content like he used to because of that. He cited that as one of the reasons. He was like, it's frustrating people because they're seeing members content that they can't watch. So if you are ever in a position to provide feedback, if YouTube ever gives you a survey about it, or you can go to the help page and submit tickets and say, hey, this is really irritating. Like, if more users start to communicate to YouTube that it's unenjoyable to see that, my hope would be they would give us control over that content, because currently I lack control. That's the biggest problem we have, is like, if I have control, then I can dictate certain things and I can protect the user from having a bad experience. I currently don't have that power. So, all right, I'm going to redirect you guys, but to the rest who can't come to Green Room, I am going to go ahead and put a link in chat for my PlayStation 6 video versus Xbox. So if you haven't watched that or given it a comment or a like, go ahead and do that. That'll help us out tremendously. Thank you so much for being a supporter of the channel. If you're watching this, you are a Member Plus or a VIP. Now, if you're watching this later and you're not, we would really implore you to consider supporting the channel directly. Currently, the control we have over members' content is not robust enough, and so we're trying to limit how much the content hits your homepage. So if you do want to support, hit join, hit Member Plus. $6 a month gets you into the Discord. It gets you extra content, and it does support what I do directly. I'm going to end the previous stream, and I'm going to redirect folks over, and then I'm going to change that thumbnail